Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most.
Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning and we have enough pack to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Destiny Momo.
It's a very beautiful Thursday morning.
It is,
I don't know.
actually.
I just feel like there's something about today
Yes.
which is different from other days. I don't know about you.
Yeah, there's this feel of satisfaction. There's this feel of it's going to be a good weekend.
Yes, I think so. I think there's something about Thursdays. You just know you're easing into the
Yeah,
weekend.
so-
Friday seems cliche. I mean, we all know,
of course.
Thank God it's Friday, but Thursday just feels like, okay, we're almost there.
Wow, the
We're
week is
almost
running
there.
out.
But it's been a good week so far.
True.
Still good. Let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. First headline this morning says Nigerians spent 1.58 trillion naira on petrol during the Yuletide. This is according to reports by Business Day. Again, polytechnics to award degrees as federal government moves to end HND discrimination. Again, court sacks Abure as Labour Party chairman, backs Usman-led caretaker committee. And finally, in South Africa, Netbank to buy majority stake in Kenya's NTBA for $856 million. This is some of the headlines this morning. But I think the one that excites me the most, obviously, is the first one about Nigerians spending 1.58 trillion on petrol during the Yuletide. This just says something. Regardless of whatever it is that happens, Nigerians will not compromise
Exactly.
on, going to the village to visit,
even celebrations,
powering the generator. Unfortunately, because of the electricity situation in Nigeria, there's so many people who still don't have 24/7 power supply,
Exactly.
and they can't compromise on making sure that their family has a good time during the Yuletide season.
Yeah,
So
true.
certainly they were buying more petrol. According to some of the figures I saw on the report, we saw about, I think is it over something around 63 million barrels per day.
Per day. Oh, wow.
That's how much people were purchasing petrol for the Yuletide season, which obviously is December season and November.
A lot of people never wanted to get stranded, you know. Of course, the whole queue and filling stations have stopped, since the refinery thing started. And even before that, and since this present government, we hardly see queues because of the subsidy that's been lifted. We hardly see queues and fuel stations. So a lot of people just ensure that their cars are in good shape and with enough fuel, they just want to be mobile without stress. So, a lot of that happened. And also, they had just got backs, also added to, the increased use of fuel, because a lot of them did a lot of adventure. And then moving on, I think more stories on the headline that actually caught of my fancy was, is the part where the polytechnics are now, going to, yes, as against the discrimination. The discrimination became so high that, when I was going to go into school, I was finding it hard to get into the university. A polytechnic gave me an admission, and my mom was like, "You're not going there. It's the next year." So that discrimination has been coming, it has been coming. And some of them, they will really tell you what they went through with this discrimination. You get jobs in global let me not even call names. You got jobs in good firms, and they're telling you they just want the degree holders, they don't want polytechnic, all those discrimination. And you find out that the polytechnic graduates are the ones with the real practical knowledge, you know, of these courses, because they do a whole lot of practical. And another thing that is catching my fancy in today's headline is that of the Labour Party sacking Aburema. And Abure has had so much controversy over the years, you know, in this in the party. So it's been sort of at the end of the day, they still found a way of taking him out. Why? Is it because Peter Obi left the party and then the whole
support in that party with you know, two having like sort of two leaders, you know, Julius
that's true.
Yeah, so there's
That's
the
true.
Julius Abure leadership and then the other. So you can't have two leaders, you know. You
No,
might
you
have
can't.
people like within this, but you can't have that sort of
No. Two captains definitely
yes,
cannot.
two captains cannot
Definitely run a
manage ship, and that's been the case of Labour Party. And obviously, you could see why an Obi would, you know,
leave a
have
party
to
like
leave
that,
such a
because
party.
yes, he couldn't come, you know, he couldn't bring an enabling environment, you know, to actually curb the center that cannot hold. He had to leave for peace sake, and his deputy in the 2023 his vice in the 2023 general election now is actually the presidential running he's a presidential aspirant for the party. So I don't think a whole lot of things is happening under the Abure government. Everything should just be solidified so that the party can have a way forward and have, do you understand, focus, so to speak.
And finally, our final headline this morning from it's the Nedbank buying majority stake in Kenya's NCBA for $856 million. So you know when we talk about the Africa free trade agreement, you know, you're seeing some of these very extraordinary sort of buy-ins, because if you see in South Africa now buying majority stake in Kenya, so we'll probably see so many more extraordinary buy-ins like this, you know, probably in Nigeria, in Botswana, you know, just across the continent. We're going to be seeing more of this. But I think for me, just to wrap up on the headlines this morning, for the first headline, I think that it's still really striking me, you know, the UTIDE report, you know, it's good, but at the same time, I think there's also a downside to it. Downside, maybe not entirely, but the downside to it for me is maybe we might have seen, because according to the report, it also showed that this has been the highest since October of 2024.
Oh, wow.
So if perhaps we had, maybe, I don't know if I'm dreaming too much, maybe thinking, if we have more electric powered vehicles, and we had 24/7 electricity, you would definitely see the numbers go down. But that's a downside for the petrol, you know, the people in the downstream sector.
Exactly. You just said something striking about the electric vehicle. Electric vehicle is, you know, here in Nigeria, we've not actually been taught how these things work, the electric vehicle. The other day, you know, going home through the Lekki axis, I saw an electric vehicle burning, helplessly burning. And this was the new machine burning. Wow. It burns like there was no way to save that vehicle. So I'm saying that if that should even, you know, arise, we should, you know, have so much knowledge on how to use those things. We don't just copy things. We should know how it works, else it brings a lot of damage.
What do you think what do you think they don't know? I'm trying to really guess. What do you think they don't know about how it works that made it? Is it not knowing how it works that made the vehicle burn?
I'll be surprised to hear that an electric vehicle
burning every other day.
I'll be surprised. I mean, I'm surprised that an electric vehicle will burn the way it burns the other day. So I'm sure maybe some electrical you know, damage happened, and maybe a lot of education or orientation needs to be given Nigerians so they can actually tilt towards the direction of wanting electric vehicles, because not
they're
everybody.
expensive. They're quite expensive. That's
I
reason
know they're
why
quite expensive,
people
but
can
don't
purchase.
play with Nigerians. Have you seen the kind of cars we find on our roads?
I
You
know
don't
many people
find
are
those
buying
cars.
so there are
You
people
don't
buying,
find-
but we don't have constant electricity, which is also part of the
Exactly.
problem that I'm highlighting.
But they have
because we don't have
places that they
constant
can actually charge these things and pay less for it. So there was a time, I think year before last, that this whole electric vehicle was actually trending, and then a lot of plans were going on, and people were being encouraged to get these vehicles so that the use of fuel will be reduced. Yes, it's expensive, but Nigerians can afford it. Trust me.
Okay. All right. We'll take a quick break right now and be back for the newspaper headlines in a bit. Do stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is the newspaper review segment of the show where we explore some of the top headlines on the front page of our dailies. Of course, we start at home. We start from the Business Day front page. On the front page of Business Day this morning, the big story says bank fraud slumps first time since 2021 as BVN NIN payoff. CBN directs lenders to court fraud response time. That one is exciting news, you know, from the front page of Business Day this morning. And on page 25 or so, it says Trump rules out forceful acquisition of Greenland, 6 negotiations. And still on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, on page 30, it says Agric budget faces scrutiny over projects duplicate. Again, this is some of the things we see in the government. You know, people are trying to be smart and siphon funds meant for good work. And that's why the people who are supposed to benefit from these funds, you know, the farmers in the market, they are unable to benefit. And the final headline on the front page of, not the final one, on the front page of Business Day paper this morning, says copyright disputes threaten Nigeria's agua trade privileges. And finally, Labour Party crisis deepens as court sacks Abure. But we'll start off with the bank fraud slumping first time since 2021. This also goes to show that some of these policies or regulations brought up by the government, it seems when it first comes, it seems very uncomfortable,
because of the
like an inconvenience to Nigerians. But if we pull through, it's for a good cause. Look at, since 2021, we're seeing for the first time, that's 4 years down the line. It might not be immediate, but 4 years down the line, we're seeing that the fraud has slumped. Obviously, NIN, then people were saying, you know, there were sort of conspiracy theories. I don't know if you remember one of the conspiracy theories talking about 666, Antichrist coming. They're trying to get our numbers. They're trying to get everyone tied to.
Yes, just to discourage the whole process.
Yes,
conspiracy
theories.
It's not good to see that bank fraud has drastically reduced. Because even you and I, it's been long we got those calls that please, you need to do this registration in your bank account. You know those calls are kind of reduced because
you still get the text though.
You get the text, but you know those bold calls. You hear somebody actually saying that, call out the pin in your ATM. We want to rectify this. We want to rectify that. It drastically reduced. It drastically reduced actually, and then it shows that the BVN NIN thing has paid off. But that's not to say that the fraud thing in politics, in the fraud thing, you know, people that were expected to do stuff, you know, has actually stopped. The other day I was hearing something about, I'm not trying to debate here. I'm trying to say this is what we're hearing, you know, that this is the report that fraud has reduced. It doesn't mean, you know, that the people that we put up there to be able to do stuff do not still do those things to us, you know, by actually siphoning the money into something else. I overheard a report yesterday saying that the Abacha loop thing was just a way of them, you know, trying to hold somebody that's dead. If Abacha was alive, we will call his name. We will put that that tag of loot to his name, the guy will be able to defend himself. According to someone, they're using that as a cover-up, for the present loot going on. And present loot going on is nothing compared to what the Apache loot thing, did, because we're carrying trillions and trillions of dollars, right, being unaccounted for, and EFCC not being able, to finish, whatever it is they are baking when it comes to calling out these individuals. You can hear the case of Yahaya Bello that has, gone underneath, right? And even the case of Malami is not too prominent anymore, right? It's still, there, here and there, but not as prominent. But that's not to say that the decline in fraud in the banking system has not reduced though.
And the writer here says CBN directs lenders to cut fraud response time. And looking into the story, it says bank fraud has recorded its first slump since 2021, with the number of reported cases drastically declining steadily across the industry, a trend largely attributed to the effectiveness of the bank verification number and the national identification number. Reported cases also have declined drastically across the industry. CBN directing lenders to cut fraud response time also is quite helpful. There's also a picture on the front page here. I think that's Wale Edun, and that's AJ Banga, World Bank president, and then two other world leaders here on the front page of the papers this morning. And then we see Trump ruling out forceful acquisition of Greenland, seeking negotiations. Page 30, the one on agri-budget facing scrutiny over project duplicate. I think it's really important to scrutinize this projects, because we keep seeing projects here and there, project this, project that, project this, but no, we need to be accountable, which is quite important. This scrutiny.
Projects are happening. You see the one that was it Minister? Who was even trying to give us, a Nigerian aircraft, and just gave us colors, and we did not really see, the real deal. Now a whole lot of playing around the people's minds, making us feel like, ongoing projects are actually existing, which of course, at the end of the day, this money are being siphoned into personal use. If I were to be in government, I'm not trying to give a manifesto of some sort.
You can go ahead and give a manifesto if you want.
I am productive and result oriented.
I know.
I am going to do something. Nigerians are not hard to please. Why don't they just do here and there? Do something. When Nigerians see that you have done something, it doesn't matter what you take back home. But do something that the people will appreciate, and it will go a long way. At least I know that you're someone like that, also that you're very productive
and result oriented.
For the good of the land.
I know, right? I know, but it's good to see enough scrutiny going on in over this project. It's quite important for that to happen. Labour Party crisis deepening as court sacks Abure. I think we already spoke about that on the front page, on the headlines. Certainly we spoke about that, but let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning as well. A lot of things happening in the Nigerian dailies this morning. The big story on the front page of the Punch says counter-terrorism campaign. Federal government moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents. One thing about the Punch, headlines are never more than 8 words. And then on the top side of the Punch, it says kidnappers hold 166 Kaduna worshippers, demand 29 million deposit. And on page 7, it says Otis Labour Party bloc seeks reconciliation as court sacks Abure. And on page 30 still, it says Awujale's 2 battle, Ogun halt process, police storm palace. And in Pakistan, it says death toll hits 29 in Pakistan, mall fire, dozens missing. And speaking of the big story, it says federal government moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents. The writer goes on to say military, police, NSCDC budget 204 billion naira for operations in 2026. Security agencies to harvest DNA of notorious terror kingpins. And it also goes on to say court issues bench warrant against Tunji Bello linked suspect. And it says ICPC to arraign Ozekome Monday over UK property. And DNA test cleared Davido in paternity dispute. AU Afrima hails Sanwo-Olu sponsors after the awards. Interesting move by the federal government. Firstly, talking about the big headline on the front page of the Punch, talking about federal government moving to fast track trial of 5,000 insurgents, where this issue of insurgency, terrorism has become the order of the day in Nigeria.
It's always so thought-provoking. It's always so heart-wrenching, getting to hear what these people do unnoticed, untouched, untried. Right now, getting to hear this now that the federal government moves to fast track trial of 5,000 insurgents is actually very encouraging to hear. But how sustainable is this going to really happen? Are they going to take us through the process? Is this going to be, followed up and actually made a big deal of? So, a whole lot of them will see that, wow, eyes are on them. Moves like this are being taken, and will help them, actually curb the things they do.
I think
citizens, especially in the north.
So it's annoying because it has now become the order of the day, where we see the headlines every morning. Look at the front page this morning on the top side of the Punch that said kidnappers hold 166 Kaduna worshippers, demand 229 million deposit. So every other day we're seeing 500 people abducted, 200 people kidnapped. It's alarming. It's become the order of the day. Exactly. Which is why yesterday, when we're looking at the front page of the paper, I talked about how many people that they have names of abductees or something like that.
You just find
released.
What about
Mohammed, which is our in-house analyst, mentioned, like, we see these things every day. Although we saw the list of this. So the fight to counter terrorism needs to go harder than ever
than
now.
It is. Than it is already doing, because we just feel like we just get to hear that a lot, so and so number of hundreds of people were kidnapped, and you never ever get to hear that the people that are doing this are being tried. And that's why I'm saying that if this is actually really going to happen, and this fast tracking is really going to happen, then it would be a good thing, right, to hear that they're being, something like this is happening. But at the end of the day, if they are found guilty, what happens to them? What happens to them? What are those measures that have been taken? I just feel that these are being handled with kids' glove, and which isn't supposed to be. It is subject to continue. Now, because of the kind of monies that we hear that they are requesting for. Lizzie, you and I wake up so early in the morning to come out to work for our daily bread, and then you find some people find themselves in some comfort zone, doing some sort of things and demanding some sort of monies that.
Are you just seeing this on you get 200 million deposit?
These are not cash that you can just imagine to just have at a go. Now they are demanding it.
Now it makes you wonder, what do these people really want? One of our analysts here, I think it was Mohammed, had mentioned some days ago, or was it Valentine, that he had mentioned the fact that these people don't need money, because if these people are not poor, I think that's what he said. Because if they're poor, look at the amounts they ask for,
exactly
the monies they ask for every other day, and they still keep kidnapping people.
They still keep.
So you would wonder, where is this money going to? Are there some people funding these people? Is there another? Is this a decoy? What's really going on? It makes you actually wonder that there's a lot that we're not seeing. There's a lot behind the scenes.
There's a lot that we're not seeing. Our security agencies, if the numbers have to increase, let it increase. If they have to have a military, there's a military school, for crying out loud. If they have to, just I mean, get these numbers increased and make things happen, make things really happen. You know, at some point, maybe they thought that if they actually use these insurgents to bring them into the military, it will bring a lot of difference, but it is not.
But we also saw the Nigerian Air Force, I think it was last week or some days ago, talk about purchasing some new fighter jets. Obviously, this is also a way to counter terrorism fight.
All the fighter jets that they have, what have they really used it for? Has it been blown off?
Well,
we hardly hear of crash or fighter jets. And is it that they've never had one? I don't think so. Our Air Force is highly and very well equipped. I'm not saying that the equipment they have is enough. They should get more because, of course, the numbers in the terrorists and the insurgents are increasing. So definitely they should get more fighter jets, get more arms that will actually help them, you know, fight whatever it is that they are fighting. And they should not also forget that the people they are fighting are sponsored, you know, and also have sponsored weapons that are very, you know, very thick as well. So whatever it is they're doing, they should up their game. Our federal government is rich. They're rich enough to, you know, get this equipment and fight this thing so people's lives will be saved. A lot of children are out there. They cannot, they do not have contact with their, you know, because these things do not happen so close to us down here. So we do not understand. We do not understand how deeply felt it is over there.
Still on the front page, just to move on real quick, kidnappers are holding 166 Kaduna worshippers and demanding 29 million deposit. Now, when United States president comes out and called Nigeria a country of particular concern, some people were not happy with the
description he gave,
saying why does he have the right to call Nigeria a country of particular concern and all of that. But if people don't have the right to the place of worship, if people can't enjoy freedom of worship, if you're going to church in the north, or at this point, I can't even say in the north, maybe anywhere you are now, because it was it not the other day we saw in Kwara State, you know, it's not safe anywhere. It makes you wonder, because when you're going to church or you're going to the mosque, you're going to meet with your creator, you know, if you're someone that's that worships any of this religion.
To have good meditation. And
how do you feel when, if people can't even go, you know, it's really commendable. I always commend the northern Christians, northern Muslims, because they sort of take things,
their faith.
Yes, they sort of take things really seriously, because if you're not strong, you won't go.
No,
you won't even step out of your house.
We're even talking about people from the north. It's happening in the north, but people down here are not going to church because of the fear of the unknown. Right. 31st night, I'm going to be very sure that a lot of people did not leave their homes because of the, you know, insecurity that has bedeviled the land. Because people are scared. People want a safe place, you know, people want to hear safe stories, but the safe stories are not really coming because this is what is happening. And then this news has to go out so people can actually take, you know, precautions. Exactly.
And speaking about the Awujale battle, Ogun Hall's process, police storm battle, storm palace. Now we've been seeing that the title of Awujale, there's sort of like a royal rumble, in the palace, and that's been going on for a while now, and Ogun has to hold the process. Now you see a picture of Governor Dapo Abiodun right there. You know, they had to step in because of the battle ongoing in there, and you're also seeing another one, royal rumble. Said inside power struggle rocking Oyo Oba's council. Now we see a picture of Olubadan. We also see a picture of Alafin.
What's happening to the royals of late? What's going on? What are they dragging?
It's quite funny because, or maybe because, maybe this is because news is now right at our fingertips. Because I was going to say that back in the day, these were
peacemakers, people that...
No, that's not what I'm saying. This way, very sacred.
Yeah, sacred, very sacred. You never hear them come to this point. It's kind of disrespectful to bring whatever it is that is happening in there.
Unless it used to happen, but because we didn't have the news at our fingertips like this, you know, back in the day, there was limited. I mean, when I'm saying back in the day, back in the day, I'm probably talking about my parents, you know, time. There's some of the things that they would talk to us about. We didn't have social media, we didn't have all of these things, so maybe we didn't get information as much as we have now. So it's possible, because I just wonder why they will be having.
You know how it is. You know how it is when people cannot get their fingers or get, you know, something in politics. They want to find something, you know, in royalty, right? Now it's anywhere that they just see that something is happening. You just see very, very quickly a whole lot of power struggle, a whole lot of power tussle. Now, what's going on here? I will not say it's anything short of greed, if you ask me.
Why do you say so?
Because you know how it is. When they don't find themselves in politics, they want to find themselves in here too. They want to channel their position. I mean, their strength on things that they know that will give back to them. Imagine,
selfish ambitions.
Selfish ambitions. You know, imagine, you know, being a royal here in Lagos. Just imagine it. Imagine what is going on.
But this isn't in Lagos.
I know. I'm just only bringing your imagination to try. You're just
trying to paint a picture.
So now, in this place that you hardly hear those things, right? These people hold a lot of power.
So it's a
they hold a lot of power. They're like government as well. So you understand where I'm coming from. A lot of things happen in these places that if you don't go deep, or like if you don't get to feel like this, you will never get to know. But so much is happening in there.
I agree. We have to move on now to our next story. AU Afrima hailing Sanwo-Olu and sponsors after the award. I have to give it to. I also have to join in the hailings. You know, Afrima awards came and went. Was it at the end of the year or early in the year, very early in the year, or end of the year? Can't remember precisely the day, but I did see the videos. You know, I'd gotten a friend who had reached out and said she had free ticket, but that was quite late. And I don't just like going to those type of places unplanned, because you have to get yourself together. You know, you don't go to places like that. You don't get.
You have to plan it.
You know, properly plan. You know how you're going to look, appear, and all of that. But I saw the videos, and I have to say it was top-notch production. One of the productions I've seen in recent times that gave international standard. I have to say it. This is like free promotion. I have to talk about Afrima. So it's no surprise to see AU Afrima hailing Governor Sanwo-Olu and sponsors after the award. One of those productions I also saw in recent time that did extremely well was the AG Adekunle Gold's concert. It was beautiful. Black tie event was at National Theatre, the new National Theatre.
I've been there. It's very commendable. It's awesome.
Place.
It's so well
state of the art.
Yes, it's state of the art. But you must give it to the president, right? He put in so much in there.
The state of the art nature of the place. I think there's something, because it happens. I'm sure. Does this happen to you where you're going also sort of it sort of affects your psyche, so you know this is where you're going to perform. You know you're going to up your game. There's this level of excellence you put into the details of the work you're going to do there, because you just everything. It's not even about the expectation. It's about everything there is already encouraging to you. So you just know you want to do more. I think that's what happened. Adekunle Gold is a fantastic artist, by the way, and it's one of the best performers that I know out of Nigeria.
Very creative.
Some musicians are good; they can sing, but when it comes to performance, but it's good. And being at that National Theatre was just beautiful.
It opened a whole new horizon, and oh my God!
No, there wasn't any bad. No bad reviews, like they say, no NBR, no bad.
It was total excellence.
Everyone speaking well. They were just like, this is good, this is excellence, this is global excellence. So I would say that yes, Afrima also was close to that, but Afrima is different. It's award. It wasn't performance. So yeah, it got well done to Governor Sanwo-Olu. We have to also say well done when we see good things. So well done to Governor Sanwo-Olu. Which other headlines can we take on the front page of the Punch this morning? I think we can speak just very briefly. We'll speak more about it during the social listening, but there's also this one. DNA test cleared Davido in paternity. That one is from his father. His father has come out, with a video actually speaking for his son, saying that yes, the DNA tests were clear. Davido isn't the father of Anu Adeleke. I don't know if you've been following the story.
Yeah, I actually
girl.
saw the man come out to actually, take away that news making the rounds that Davido might probably be the father, as the family claimed that the DNA was just done by the family and not by them in general. But such a closer look at the girl, the little girl, gives a little semblance that
but the things like this, if I come out and say I'm your sister,
but if this girl was sure, it's only a woman that knows who the father of her child is.
And the mom has been saying that they only did 2. Davido had mentioned 5.
Yeah.
5 DNA tests. She said they only did 2.
Okay.
And that there were reports, the two DNA tests that were supposedly done, they had swapped it. It was a sham. So that's why she's
a lot of people will
not
really actually believe this, because
why not?
Looking at the girl, the beautiful child, Davido will want her for a daughter. Davido is not one that would I don't know, but over the years checking it, I don't think he's the one that will reject a child.
You think so? He's married. People are also talking about the fact that for Imade, which is his other daughter,
even if he doesn't want the child, his father would have taken care of that girl.
No, but the lady had mentioned, this lady, the mother of Anu Adeleke, what's her name again? Labinjo something. That's the mother of this Anu girl.
Okay.
It's also even interesting that she's making use of Adeleke already for the child.
Wow.
Without
the proper DNA.
Without the father also, accepting the child. She's already making the child is 12 years old now.
I just think they should just adopt this girl and move on and forget
they
this whole thing.
Because I think it's going to be more dicey, especially if Davido is not the father. Because then people will say, yes, you guys knew what we did. Davido knew what he was doing all along. He was his child.
They should just sponsor her from a distance.
He didn't want to do that and all of that. But I think she doesn't just want it. I think she wants
to be identified.
She wants that name for the child, because she said that the daughter is suffering for some sort of identity crisis, so she wants her to have a name. No, she stole that from when she was a child. I mean, she's still a child now, 12-year-old, but I mean, when she was a baby, that Davido is your father.
I just have pity for the little girl.
And then the little girl, according to her, has been bullied right from when she was 6 years.
Yes, that bullying thing is what I was scared for her for, because this is a girl that's still in the age of going to school, and her classmates will be seeing what's ongoing. It will call for more bullying for her. So I don't know how they can just amicably end this in such a way that it will bring more, not just soccer, it will also help the girls. I don't know, outlook.
We'll speak more about this on social listening, because we've seen Nigerians say if Davido's father, Mr. Adeleke, could come out, make a video saying that indeed they did a DNA test and it was negative, to Davido, then certainly Davido has been saying the truth all along, because people believe that the father is someone who at least speaks. He's a quiet man.
Even say something,
for him to even say something,
make an extra effort.
A video that is true. But we'll speak more about it on social listening and see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversation. Let's move and see what we have on the front page of the Guardian newspaper this morning. I was like the front page of the Guardian. The big story on the front page of Guardian says, LP leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. That's on page 6 of the Guardian this morning. Again, the writer goes on to say, another story on the front page of the Guardian this morning on page 4 says, Federal government affirms plan to abolish HND and empower polytechnics to award degrees. That's exciting news. Awujale Ogun suspend selection process over petitions. Still on the front page of The Guardian this morning. And page 29 says, Khan demands rescue of Kaduna worshippers as police confirm abduction. That's still on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. And on page 6, below in the middle side, it says, WEF, Trump swaps consensus for hard power rhetoric as federal government showcases reforms. And on page, this is page 15, it says Nigeria accounts for 63% of West Africa's diesel import from India. Now that makes you wonder, with all of our petrol production and all of that, why we're still importing. Why we're still accounting for 63% of the import from India, when we happen to supposedly be the giant of Africa, producing
that much
petrol, our downstream sector working, upstream sector working, and we're still recording 63% import from India. It makes you wonder, but hopefully these things change soon. And final story says, AU Afrima hail Sanwo-Olu sponsors for successful night edition. I think that's sponsored because it was exactly the same thing on the front page of the Punch. And then this one on the top side says Glencore, AFC, Mauritius Bank, Fidelity sue FBN trustees Sulu Gambari, and then it goes on to say that they allege unlawful attempts to hijack Nekonde Nestor linked OML 42 asset. Again, on page 3 of the Guardian this morning, it says Atiku PDP fault federal government police over kidnap of 163 worshippers in Kaduna. And on page 3 still says US plans options to protect Nigerians and Christians in Nigeria soon. Look, we always have this big brother factor from the United States. If we're not ready to get our act right, that's what happens when you're not getting your act right. Even in a family, if
everybody will advise you,
they will have to step in, and that's what's happening with us now. And finally, panorama page 2 says FCCPC moves against unregistered loan apps, revokes conditional approvals. Those are some of the top stories, the stories on the front page of The Guardian this morning. Is there anyone you want to speak on?
I think we've already touched a little here and there in other papers. Now, even if altogether, they're having kind of different titles, but somehow been able to touch on, what's been going on all papers. Yeah.
And finally, on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, speaking on the Kaduna abductions, the big story here says, rescue victims now. ACF, CAN, Sokapu, ECWA, others tell federal government. It's nice to see all of these bodies speaking, talking about the rescue of the victims. But we just want it to go beyond speaking. We want the federal government to take action and really take this seriously. Right. CAN president faults police statement, demands safe rescue of worshippers. Governor Sani proactive despite conflicting reports. This is from Sokapu. It says it's an act of violence. Release abductees. This one also is from PFN, and it says Ada demands apology over police. Local government chairman cover up. Those are some of the riders on the front page of the Vanguard this morning. And on the top side, still on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, we're looking at the front page of the Vanguard papers. It says losses to the Vanguard newspaper. It says losses to fraud in banks decline. Losses to fraud in banks decline. CBN intensifies measures. And on page 9, it says court sacks Abure, orders INEC to recognize Nenadi-led LP. And on page 9 still says federal government to scrap HND dichotomy and power polytechnics to award degrees. That's still on the front page. We talked about this. Davido dad breaks silence amid son's paternity saga. 5 soldiers killed, many injured in Borno Boko Haram suicide attack. That's on the front page of the Vanguard paper. It says Nigeria still behind target This is from the Central Bank of Nigeria on the bottom left-hand side of the Vanguard paper this morning. On page 12, it says all thieves operating more sophisticated networks, NAF components commander, and bandits always renege on peace deals. This is from Article. This is some of the stories on the front page of the Vanguard. But real quick, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day newspaper. Destiny, I know this one will excite you. So you see who we have there. We see someone we know, the caricature image of the United States President Donald Trump, and then we see someone beside him, the US lawmaker. And what do we see in front there? It's sort of like a flag. Map. Yeah, that's a map of Nigeria.
Being hawked by vultures.
Vultures. Oh my goodness.
Vultures are just, what is vultures? Are they from the Western world? Is Trump about to be one of the vultures?
But you see what the lawmaker says, to prevent further decay, I suggest we divide it. So yeah, what this is saying is that's a map of Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
And it's decaying. You see, map of Nigeria normally is green, white, green, but you can see that it's decaying. You're seeing blood rupturing here and there, and then you see the vultures. So we don't know if this cartoon, you know, they say pictures tell thousands stories.
Yeah.
We don't know if this cartoon is saying that the president, United States president, sends these vultures, you know, to feed on the robberies of what Nigeria is. But yes, that's where we leave it this morning. We'll leave it to our viewers to decode whatever they decide from that piece or that cartoon piece this morning. But thank you so much for sticking with us. Up next is Business Morning with Destiny Momo at 9 a.m. Do stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's quickly bring you the news in details. Nigeria spent an estimated 1.58 trillion naira on petrol in December 2025, based on official fuel consumption data released by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. According to reports, average daily petrol consumption stood at 63.7 million litres per day throughout the month, as nationwide petrol use totaled 1.9 billion litres within 31 days in December. Now, petrol consumption in the month remained consistently high, driven largely by increased travel, festive movements, and higher commercial activities associated with the Yuletide. Applying average pump price of about 800 naira per litre that prevailed across major cities. Total consumer spending on petrol for December was estimated at about 1.58 trillion naira. And now moving on, the federal government has announced a reform granting polytechnics the authority to award degrees ending decades of discrimination against higher national diploma holders and positioning technical and vocational education as a key driver of national development. Speaking on Wednesday in Abuja while addressing a high-level retreat of council chairman, commissioners of education, rectors, registrars, and bosses, Tunji Alausa, Minister of Education, described the policy shift as a major step toward elevating polytechnics into centers of excellence, strengthening industry partnerships, and equipping graduates with the skills needed to drive Nigeria's economic growth. The minister says the move would end decades of discrimination against polytechnic graduates and elevate polytechnics into centers of excellence within Nigeria's higher education system, placing polytechnic education on a stronger footing while preserving its core strength in hands-on industry-focused training. And still on, the Federal High Court in Abuja has removed Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party, citing a Supreme Court ruling that affirmed the legitimacy of the party's caretaker leadership. In a judgment delivered on Wednesday, Peter Lifo, the presiding judge, relied on the Supreme Court verdict of April 4, 2025 to declare Nenadi Usman, former Minister of Finance, as a valid leader of the party, pending the conduct of a national convention. Alifo ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the Usman-led caretaker committee as the only valid authority to represent the Labour Party until the party elects a substantive leadership. The ruling followed a suit filed by Usman, who listed Abure, the Nigerian Labour Congress, INEC, and others as defendants. In his decision, the judge held that evidence before the court showed that Abure's tenure as national chairman had expired, dismissing Abure's argument that the dispute was an internal party matter, not subject to judicial intervention ruling. Instead, that establishment of a caretaker committee was a necessity arising from the Supreme Court's directive. And also, and the new South African's Nedbank Group said on Wednesday it has offered to buy a 66% stake in Kenya's NCBA Group in a cash and stock deal for 13.9 billion rand as part of the lender's ambition to expand in East Africa. And the bank revealed that the transaction, based on Nedbank's stock price of 250 rand per share, will be settled 20% in cash and 80% through New Nedbank ordinary shares listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. According to reports, the remaining 34% of NCBA shares will continue to trade publicly on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Nedbank Group Chief Executive Jason Quinn said the planned acquisition was a major step in Nedbank's push to grow its Southern and East African footprint. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on a business morning, talking about climate change, introducing young minds into it. And that's a repeat and broadcast. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today, talking about from awareness to action, raising Africa's next generation of climate leaders. Now, across the African continent, a new wave of climate leadership is actually emerging, not from boardrooms and government ministries alone, but from the continent's young people who are turning awareness into action and even stepping up as climate innovators, advocates, and change makers. Now, at international and regional forums, African youth are being actively recognized and cultivated as future environmental leaders. A recent 3-day UNESCO Science-Based Climate Action Workshop held at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa brought researchers, policymakers, and young leaders together to develop solutions grounded in science and collaboration. The event emphasized skills building and implementation for climate resilience across communities. Now, with climate impacts intensifying from droughts to flooding, Africa's youth recognize that mere awareness is not enough. Across schools, community groups, and international forums, investment in climate literacy, practical adaptation skills, and leadership pipelines is growing rapidly. Government, NGOs, and international partners like UNICEF are increasingly backing programs like Empower Young Africans to lead climate resilience, green innovation, and community transformation. And now joining us is Biade Omuno. She's the Executive Director about the Becky Initiative. She's also a senior legal practitioner. You're welcome to Business Money in a Biade.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good to have you. Now, very quickly, Africa has no shortage of climate awareness. Now, what concrete systems must be put in place to turn young Africans from climate-conscious citizens into decision makers with real power and resources?
The conversation is very simple. What young people do need to actually drive the climate action to actual reality is access. So in as much as, yes, we are saying that there's no shortage of climate knowledge, I would slightly disagree with that. Indeed, and actually we still have that gap, because whether we like it or not, within the African context, climate change is something that's still being understood and not fully grasped as it should. And what young people who are currently in the space, what they clamor for all the time is actually access. So access to decision-making point where they're able to lend their voice on how to tackle issues of climate change within the continent, and of course, access to the requisite funding as well. So I think one of the major pitfalls we're having is access. For young people is actually access beyond just the knowledge, but also having the right access, to where it actually matters and how, these things should be driven. So yes, access is a major pitfall beyond just the knowledge gaps we're facing. But access is actually a major thing. And trust me, once young people have the requisite access, have the right access without the stringent process in place, taking out the stringent measures, trust me, we'll do much more than we're currently doing.
Good. Wow. So then how can government, schools, and the private sector actually collaborate to ensure climate leadership education goes beyond theory and equips young Africans with practical skills, funding access, and even platforms for impact?
So interestingly, what's being clamored right now in Nigeria is to see how climate change can be infused in the national curriculum. Because right now what we do have is we have young groups, young youth-led organizations going to schools and engaging this, young students on climate action, what they can do, giving them the requisite knowledge, and of course, propelling them to be innovative, in driving the whole climate change agenda. So imagine the government infusing this in our national curriculum where it is compulsory that climate change is being taught in schools, and of course, students are also being motivated, mentored, and eventually even funded to actually drive climate action. So I think one key thing here is the government can actually go in through the measures of drafting this into a national curriculum, perhaps even having seed funding, for young people, for young students who are so very, who are constantly initiating ideas on how to, fight the climate change issues we're facing. So yes, governments, it goes beyond just turning out a policy, but infusing national curriculum where all schools have to abide. So if you're a government school or you're a private school, once there's the curriculum that the government says this must be adhered to, that can be adhered to as well. And of course, we can also have what we call, the seed funding, mentorship programs, and all of that. These things are things that once the government is actually very informed and, part of, it's just natural that a lot of people would align. And a case to note is there's some things I want to do, for example, through my platform, and I just need that government endorsement. And I know that once I have that government infusion in it, somehow it gains more credibility. I get more patronage, so to say. People want to identify with your brand, knowing that the government endorses what you're doing. So imagine the government, and beyond just endorsing, now infusing this in the national curriculum, granting student seed funding for people who can drive initiatives to curb climate change, and of course, having a mentorship platform on climate change. It's going to be really inspiring to note, and definitely would have more relatable experience in terms of implementation. Yes. So yes,
I'm sure government endorsements will actually cloud this whole process very soon, so much so that it will make the process very easy. Now, I'm talking about, what structural barriers, political, economic, or even cultural, are preventing young climate advocates in Africa from influencing national and continental climate policies? And how do you think, these barriers can be dismantled?
Interestingly, for the first time, I witnessed and also attended what we called the African Youth Climate Assembly, ICA. It happened last year at Ethiopia, days before the African Climate Summit took place. And the whole idea of ICA, for example, and this is a platform for me to mention what ICA really means. ICA is that platform where youth across Africa come together and speak in one voice. And so there's a continental voice by young people, for world leaders, African leaders to take notes. So one of the major barriers we're having is access, like I mentioned before. So imagine, impacting and acknowledging that young people are part of the solution, and actually solution bearers when it comes to climate change issues on the continent, and bringing them to the decision-making tables and not excluding them. That is something that, the impact of that is enormous. And going back to the ICA is actually a way of actually bringing that particular exercise to bear, where young people are brought in as solution bearers. We speak in one voice as a continent, as young people, and such decisions are now moved on to the African continent, that's the leaders to actually work with. So imagine that structure of access being thoroughly dismantled, being addressed, being more structural, we would have more participation, and there is no way that would have this kind of structure in place that we won't enjoy, what these solutions will bring. So one of such barriers would be access and decision making. Yes, imagine getting young people on board. And to be very fair, currently in Nigeria, and I know places like Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, where I have been to, I've also interacted with young people in those places. We have the leaders and even the government constantly calling young people to see how possible, to get the whole climate agenda more structured and getting them to participate fully. The ICA is a point to note. Last year, the continent experienced the second African Climate Summit, ACS2 in Ethiopia. The first held in 2 years ago, the second held last year, and just before the African Climate Summit, there was the African Youth Climate Assembly, where there was a resolution on what the young people of the continent want as regards climate change, and such decisions, resolutions, we actually moved to the climate summit, and there was a presentation by young people at the climate summit. So these are the kind of access, the structural access we're asking for. Bring us to the decision-making table. Shouldn't just be a menu on the table, should be part of the table, part of the conversation. And trust me, we have young people across the world, across the continents, across even Nigeria here, who are doing amazing things and have good initiatives on how to drive this. So yes, that barrier has to be quashed, and setting that pace, bringing young people to the decision-making table is one of the major ways to drive implementation.
Oh, wow. I just want to be a part of you guys already. It's sounding, really, really good. Now, in a continent facing urgent development needs, how do we balance climate leadership with job creation and even economic growth, so young Africans see climate action as an opportunity, not a sacrifice?
The African continent, I think this was sung all through last year. I heard it so many times, that from statistics and economic valuation, it's been noted and also agreed that Africa as a continent has the youngest population in terms of young people below 35 years old. So it means that we are viable, we have the energy, and we have the human capacity or human power to drive whatever we want to drive as a continent. Now, climate change and economic development are not mutually exclusive. No, in as much as they might sound different, the names might sound different, but trust me, they go hand in hand. In terms of economic opportunities, there are so many. I have been in rooms where conversations around the green bonds, around green jobs, and the future of work, have been communicated. And I also belong to a platform as well, where we're trying to push the whole idea that, see, in as much as we're driving climate change, the climate change agenda, the truth is that there's actually a lot of jobs, economic opportunities that can be brought out of that particular exercise. So, for example, the renewable energy sector, for example, that is really thriving. Climate smart agriculture is also thriving. Waste management, green constructions, a lot of sustainable technologies are coming up at the moment. Like I mentioned to you, at the ICA Assembly last year, these are some of the resolutions. Technology opportunities and green jobs, one of the resolutions from the ICA Assembly. So you can imagine when people see pathways within the climate space, the truth is it's actually breed a lot of employment and entrepreneurship. They will be encouraged to join in. So it is not mutually exclusive. These things work hand in hand. And the key thing here is aligning climate policies with skills development, enterprise support, and local economic needs. For sure, we cannot do these things exclusively. They must work hand in hand. And like we keep saying all the time in this space is, if you want to see development, if you want to see actual economic development, you must address the issues of climate change. And there's so much opportunity in it. We can't stop talking about it. We currently have a platform, Viva City PR, and what the CEO has been pushing for the past 3 years across different cities in the world is the future of work. The opportunities that we have within the climate space. At the last COP in Brazil as well, we had sessions, that do with carbon credits, opportunities within the green sector, how young people can actually harness these opportunities. There's so many of them. So yes, when it comes to the economic opportunities for young people, there are so many. And what we have to do is to keep amplifying these opportunities and getting people to get on board as much as possible. Call investors. They're actually investors, And one of the key things I'm also driving with a very good friend and brother of mine is a Concord app. It's going to be a green app where you're able to match investors with green initiatives. So imagine you having an app for young people, and even older people too. And all you have to do in that app is get on the app, draft, upload your ideas, your initiatives, and that way it actually automatically connects you to an investor who's actually interested in that initiative. So that's actually one of the things we're also building for young people to drive some economic development as well. So there's actually a lot of opportunities. We just need to know how to harness and where to harness it. Yeah.
People, Emaide, you are so passionate, you could tell, and what you're doing, the results are not going to just start showing, you know. It's gonna take a long time, and you're going to be the better for it. I really do appreciate you. But then again, tell us why climate change is already a youth issue in Africa, affecting education, health, livelihoods, and even future opportunities.
For us in Africa, you know, irrespective of the comments we hear about climate change being a hoax, it's not a distant threat at all. It's a now problem. It's a reality check. And for us in Africa, especially in West Africa, we see this firsthand. Displacements are happening as a result of flood. Low food yields are happening as a result of droughts. You know, we see these things live. We are unfortunately beneficiaries of the climate change hazard, of the climate change, you know, risk or crisis taking place. And unfortunately, we do not have the financial wherewithal to address the issues of climate change. And that's why people like us are doing what we're doing, you know, using our voice to amplify these conversations and drive solutions. Now, to be honest with you, we cannot take it away. We cannot take away the fact that, you know, when it comes to climate issues, it's already shaping today's realities for young people. And when you look at the floods, even the extreme heat we're currently facing, you know, it's a problem. The damage to schools, infrastructure, the health risk involved. Just 2 weeks ago, we got a warning that the air we're currently experiencing, we're currently breathing, isn't the natural air. There's some form of pollution attached to the air. And I saw a lot of people wearing face masks. Automatically, we are back to face masks. I saw a lot of people at the airport wearing face masks. I was actually asking, what is happening? Is anything happening? I was like, oh, did you read the news? I said, yeah, I saw the news. I said, people are just being careful because they told us that the air we're breathing is currently polluted. And a lot of Nigerians also, witnessed it. We did not have Harmattan. We didn't have Harmattan. Between January to February, December to January, there was no Harmattan. Instead, we experienced extreme heats. Just to show you that these are realities that are being lived by people, by young people. You know, when it comes to flooding, students, young people are displaced from schools. They can't even attend schools anymore. Droughts, farmlands are dried up. You know, we don't even have the quality of food that we used to have in the past. People complain all the time, oh, the tomatoes is not as red and fresh anymore. The food isn't as, you know, tasty anymore. There's something wrong with our food system and all of that. These are the realities of climate change. And of course, young people, we are witnessing, we are currently looking at it, and we're trying to see the kind of solutions we can bring to the table. So for African youth, climate change is not a distant threat. It is a lived experience that directly affects their present and their future opportunities. And that's the truth. But we need to step up. There is a solution. There are always solutions to things. We just need to step up, bring on board initiatives, solution. And like we said at the last COP, it's high time Africa as a continent stops seeing itself as a victim. Yes, we are torch bearers, we are solution bearers, and we have what it takes. With the number of young people, young talents, young capacities we have on the continent, nothing can stop the continent. So we just have to be initiative and also grant that access, like I mentioned initially, and allow young people to have their day, you know, and just give them that chance and opportunity.
Wow. It's just what I want to say. But then again, can you highlight how initiatives such as the Climate Teen Summit are designed to bridge the gap between awareness and action by equipping teens with the knowledge, confidence, and even tools to lead climate solutions within their schools and communities?
You will agree with me that, living in Nigeria, growing up in Nigeria, at the time I went to school, I'm not that old, but at the time I went to school in the early 2000s, you know, we had the MDGs flourishing, we had conversations around the MDGs, and we also had to do things, you know, within that whole space. We didn't have conversations strongly on the environment. Beyond do not waste, do not throw waste, do not pollute the environment, we didn't have conversations on climate change. And for us, we had to jump in, you know, as young adults, we had to jump in. I have jumped in since 2016, 2017 on these conversations, driving implementation through my platform. You know, we had to jump in as young adults. But imagine if some of us had that opportunity at very young age, like from 10, when we were 10, 12, 13 or 14, like driving conversations on climate change and understanding the policies and what we can do. Honestly, I believe that we would have done much more, and perhaps if the climate change agenda would probably be reaching its point where we're actually, you know, actualizing and seeing some real progress. And so the Climate Teen Summit is like an offshoot of the Climate Teen Hub. The Climate Teen Hub is our initiative, where we bring in young teenagers and build capacity. The idea is equipping you with the right resource, to drive climate change agenda within your communities and your schools. And of course, the truth is we can't take away the conversations itself. So in as much as we're equipping with the knowledge, we're building strong leaders, we also have to ensure that you can communicate climate change. Beyond just knowing it, you can talk about it, you can confidently discuss climate change and convene and convince. And so what we are doing through our platform is we are building climate conscious leaders who will drive policies, speak to policies, and of course be able to initiate, propelling ideas on how to drive and tackle the climate change crisis. Now, looking at the Climate Teen Summit, beyond the Climate Teen Hub, we're not doing a larger summit, a one-day summit that will actually amplify the work we're doing at the Climate Teen Hub. For the summit, we are convening about 100 schools, almost 1,000 teenagers, and the idea is to bring it home, to bring it to a larger group, to create a larger awareness of young potential climate change ambassadors. Because beyond the conversations we would have that day, which will be driven by teenagers, by the way, because it's a Climate Teen Summit, and we're having the teenagers, from moderating the sessions to hosting the sessions to hosting the fireside chats and having conversations and even having breakout sessions. And the idea is to hear from teens' voices. They are the leaders of tomorrow, they're leaders of now, and we need to start now. We can't be waiting for tomorrow to say, oh, let's wait till they're adults. We need to start now. So what we are doing is we are going to be raising climate conscious teenagers, bringing awareness, to that room that day. And of course, beyond the Teen Summit, we're also going to bring out a policy document, a Teens Voice policy document, where everything that we discussed that day will be, treated as raw solutions. And this will form a policy document beyond the summit. And of course, beyond the summit, we'll be having a monitoring evaluation on all the schools that will be in attendance to see what they are doing. So beyond having that conversation that day, beyond talking and using the buzzwords, we will be driving serious action, as basic as planting trees, as basic as ensuring some of the schools go to no plastic or limited plastic, as basic as driving initiatives within their school and within their school environment to actually tackle climate change issues, like hosting cleanups and the rest. These are the things we're intending to see beyond the summit. And the summit is just like an eye-opener. We can't change climate change in one day. It's impossible. Climate change in itself is so broad. Some of us have not even exhausted, what it is, in its full potential. But we are looking at, creating that awareness that day. So whether you know or you don't know, you're coming that day to also hear from stakeholders, from experts, from teenagers like yourself who are currently doing things around the climate change space. And beyond that, drive real implementation within your school and the community. So even as basic as planting trees. Also, we'll have exhibitors, people who are doing amazing recycling, jobs, recycling waste to wealth, would have them as well. Show these teenagers that it is possible. In as much as, we're looking at climate change agenda as big, but look at the endless possibilities and opportunities you have as young people and see what your voice.
You have succeeded in making my day, knowing that, you're giving this so much education to young people, so there will be no form of waste, and then there'll be so much trees, and these people are growing up to do a whole lot of wonder to the environment, that we never even tried to do. You see, so ultimately the conversation will position young people not as passive victims of climate change, but as critical partners in building resilient, sustainable futures for the continent. I want to thank you so much, Abade, for your time on Business Money today to expose this form of education to us. We really do appreciate you. Yes, Abade is the executive director of Abade Becky's initiative. Thank you so much for coming. We do appreciate you as a legal practitioner also, and all that you are doing in the life of young people to turn our environment around. Thank you so much for your time. Business Money will be right back for our second conversation. Please do not go anywhere. We will be right back. You're welcome back to Business Morning. Thank you for staying with us. And right now, it is time for our second conversation, talking about, and from Davos to Lagos, global investors eye Nigerian agriculture as growth frontier. Now, Nigeria, once overshadowed by oil, Nigeria's agriculture sector is rapidly emerging as a magnet for global investment, drawing interest from capitals as far-flung as Davos and Johannesburg to Lagos and Abuja. Now, at the World Economic Forum in Davos this January, Nigeria broke decades of absence by unveiling its first ever national pavilion, Nigerian House, with a clear focus on converting global interest into structured deals and deeper foreign capital commitments. Officials say this initiative is designed to accelerate investment pipelines and translate international enthusiasm into tangible economic outcomes back home. Now, this renewed investor confidence is backed by hard numbers. Private equity inflows into Nigerian agribusiness and grew strongly in recent years, with international firms placing increasingly larger bets on the country's food and agricultural value chains. Agribusiness leaders point to large-scale plantation renewals and expansion, such as planned replanting of 1.5 million hectares of oil palm, as evidence that both local and foreign capital see long-term growth opportunities across Nigeria's fertile lands. Now, beyond capital markets, strategic international partnerships are also taking root. In mid-2025, Nigeria signed a $1.1 billion agreement with Brazil to strengthen cooperation in food security, livestock and agriculture technology, a move seen as bolstering export capacity and technical know-how. Analysts say several factors underpin this surge. Nigeria's huge domestic food market, demographics, a rapidly growing population of over 220 million, and expanding middle-class demand, government reforms aimed at opening markets and improving investment conditions, and the maturation of agri-tech and processing sectors that promise higher yields and global competitiveness. But challenges remain persistent: infrastructure gaps, security concerns in farming regions, and logistics bottlenecks continue to temper investor enthusiasm in some areas. Still, stakeholders say the narrative has shifted from Nigeria as an agricultural afterthought to a key frontier for global food and agribusiness capital. And now, joining us this morning is Alexander Sanders. He is a co-founder at UFAM X. It is an agricultural fintech company. Good morning, Alexander.
Morning. How are you doing?
Join us here on a Business Morning. So now, very quickly, what specific shifts in global capital flows are making Nigerian agriculture attractive to investors who once focused on markets discussed at Davos?
What's happening right now is a realization of the opportunity that lies not just solely even in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, right? The continent of Africa has nearly 70% of the farmable land left on the planet. We have nearly 600 million farmers on the continent, right? Yet less than 3% of commercial lending goes to the agricultural sector, while nearly 80% of African population works in food production. So the numbers literally don't make sense, right? So our focus is to build the credit infrastructure for African agriculture. And to us, we see the largest credit opportunity left on the planet. So simply educating investors on the opportunity that lies literally under our feet on the continent is, I believe, what is encouraging investors to involve themselves in the opportunity.
Okay, then beyond population growth, right? What hard economic fundamentals actually convince global investors that Nigeria's agricultural sector can deliver sustainable returns?
As I mentioned, our focus is actually on credit, right? So making sure farmers actually gain access to the credit that they need to maximize their productivity. So the numbers as they are right now, over 90% of smallholder farmers in the sub-Saharan region of Africa lack access to institutional loans and finance. And as a consequence of that, these farmers produce at rates 11 times less per acre than Western farmers, right? But if you look at it in context of the global situation, right, the United States loses over 500,000 acres of farmland every year. Europe is shrinking and Asia is essentially maxed out. So the onus is actually going to be on the continent of Africa to feed the world, right? And if nearly 600 million farmers sitting on 70% of the farmable land left on the planet can't access the capital that they need to maximize their productivity, that's not just simply an economic issue. We could potentially be facing a global food crisis.
Been a lot. Now for EU Farm X, is that the right pronunciation? What do you do differently as an agricultural fintech company, and how do you intend to bring what you have into the Nigerian market and actually educate, Nigerian farmers on how to make it as easy as you do it already?
We've developed a patent technology that is able to take basic everyday farming data, and from that we've been able to generate credit scores that have proven to be reliable. Using our technology thus far, we've been able to facilitate over $6.5 million in sales for smallholder farmers on the continent with default rates below 10% that have been collateral free. So essentially, we have successfully made individual smallholder farmers lendable for the first time in history. So that's the position of UFarmX, and that's essentially what we're building and we're looking to scale. As a means of being able to scale, because at first we were, trying to, build relationships with traditional institutions and banks on the continent. And we found it a bit difficult to get them to hop on board and get excited about, supporting individual smallholder farmers. So we've actually been deploying our technology at the point of sales terminals and retailers, and then enabling them to extend their inventory on credit to farmers as a means of scaling access to the inputs that these farmers need to increase and maximize their productivity.
Nice. So now, how are foreign investors accessing and even mitigating long-standing risks such as insecurity, climate volatility, and weak rural infrastructure?
It's a trust issue, right? So building trust with the founder themselves, the founder and the company being able to establish their own credibility, their traction, revenue. So for us, we've been able to attract, we have 5 VCs on our cap table. We've also done plenty of accelerators, right? So we're a Techstar-backed company. We've been invested in via NVIDIA and JP Morgan via Techstars as well. We've even recently got a investment from the legendary Pharrell Williams himself back in December. So it's just working, building out the company, building traction, and then establishing trust, and building relationships, and then educating the investors on the opportunity that is on the continent of Africa.
Segments of Nigerian agriculture production, processing, even logistics or exports are drawing the strongest international interest. And why do you think those are?
There's no shortage of challenges, right? So I see these investors seeing opportunities. So I know when it comes to logistics and infrastructural challenges, investors are investing in vehicles such as cold storage that address farmers' challenges of a lack of access to post-harvest storage facilities, right? So the thesis is African farmers lose roughly 45 to 50% of their produce due to lack of access to these facilities. So I've seen a lot of investors back companies that provide cold storage solutions to farmers.
Very correct. So now, to what extent are recent government reforms and policies genuinely improving investor confidence, rather than just signaling intent?
Done a good job of showing good intent, for the ag sector. And I think the biggest challenge or is just, continuance of policy from one administration to another. If we're able to show consistency over periods of time from one administration to another, I think that can definitely bolster and improve investor interest and trust.
I'd like to talk to me about how important technology is, such as agri-tech, data analytics, and mechanization in reshaping Nigeria's agriculture into a bankable sector.
So for me, honestly, I think tech, looks cool, but I feel like a lot of times, tech companies or even people in general approach some of the challenges unintentionally from a place of arrogance, right? They're more so looking to tackle a thesis instead of actually building relationships and talking to the people directly that they're looking to empower. So I'm actually a proponent that you should actually be providing an actual solution and a service first, and then use tech to enable yourselves to make a deeper impact and scale what you're doing. So the way that our company actually started, we actually started by farming ourselves on the ground. We didn't start looking to, become a tech company. It's just that tech enabled us to scale our impact as we were building.
Okay, then, do you think global investors are partnering effectively with local farmers and agribusinesses, or do you think there's a risk of capital inflows bypassing grassroots players?
The unfortunate challenge for grassroots players and farmers individually is lack of visibility, right? So therefore, platforms like ours help to give these farmers visibility, and then they can be connected to potential direct investment through international players as well.
Now, how does Nigeria's agriculture actually compare with other emerging markets competing for the same global investment capital, particularly in Africa and Asia?
Our company has presence in 2 countries, being Nigeria and Senegal, and I think Nigeria's agriculture sector is very attractive. We have no shortage of manpower, I would say, on the ground, and we can grow essentially anything in Nigeria. So I think it's very attractive, and it's just being able to successfully equip farmers with the right equipment and inputs needed to maximize their productivity. So as we continue to support farmers over time, I think Nigeria will become even more attractive to international and global players.
Wow, wow. Okay, then, what role do climate smart agriculture and sustainability standards play in influencing investment decisions from international funds and institutions?
We are proponents of climate smart and regenerative agriculture, right? We think all farming should be sustainable in nature, but I also do believe that it is a bit unfair for the Western world to put the onus of climate change on Africans themselves, and we aren't the ones that cause these problems. But that's a different conversation. But climate smart agriculture is long term and it's sustainable, and I believe it is best practice.
All right, then, having said that, right, looking ahead 5 to 10 years, what must Nigeria get right to ensure today's investor interest translates into long-term food security, jobs, and even export growth?
Continuation and consistency in policy from one administration to another will allow for the agriculture sector to grow, and then incentivizing private players and institutions on the ground as well to involve themselves in agriculture.
All right, now, having said that, those are very, very valid points, you've stated out there now. Now, I want you to really educate us. You have so much knowledge in this sector. You have so much knowledge in agri-fintech business. Now, a lot of Nigerians are not aware of this trend. They're not aware of how to actually get into using AI as well, or using fintech in the agricultural process to make it easy. So, looking at your company and how you've been able to diversify, right, what top points can you give, to young minds that want to venture into this business so it will be easier for them?
I feel like instead of trying to put all the bells and whistles and throw all the buzzwords and tech at these challenges, I think people should just actually go out there and really try to solve a real problem, provide a real solution in the service, and then you can use tech to further scale what it is you're doing. But find a service that you can actually provide on ground, a workable business model that is actually generating some revenue. And whatever you should do, whatever you're doing, you have to make sure it's demand driven, right? So you have to constantly be in communication and interviewing the people that you're looking to help. So don't just approach these challenges from like a thesis or a paper. Literally boots on the ground, talk to the people that you're looking to engage with, and provide them an actual meaningful service that they're willing to pay for.
Now, you've been away for a long time, right? So now, how do you think artificial intelligence can help Africa agriculture move from subsistence farming to data-driven commercial production, even more than, you think is already existing?
of which is like how we use AI for our company, right? AI is able to run diagnostics on the farmer profiles, and it allows us to prescribe to them the best inputs needed to maximize their productivity. And then you can also use AI at scale to provide advisory services to the farmers, which some companies are doing as well. So I think AI is a great tool, but I think realistically, humans are essential, right? So human connection, personal engagement is essential, especially in emerging markets like Nigeria.
So then, what role should government play in actually ensuring AI tools are affordable and accessible to smallholder farmers?
I actually try my best not to get involved in politics. This is above my pay grade, right? So, but I do believe, with good government policies that are supportive of innovation and founders, and then supportive of farmers. But I listen. It's above my pay grade. I try not to advise anything political.
Trying to play safe, right? Then, how effectively can AI-driven weather forecasting and drop modeling reduce crop losses linked to climate change?
AI being able to connect to and streamline that information and relay it on ground in real time works. But as I said, I think boots on the ground, because a lot of these algorithms aren't necessarily plugged with the reality on ground, right? And that data is actually captured, and it needs to be captured on ground in these African markets. So
One, thank you so much, Alexander Zanda, all the way from the US, for bringing in your A game into, educating us about the agribusiness, the fintech in agribusiness. And that's been so much education this morning from your end. Thank you so much for staying with us and giving us so much insight in today's Business Morning. Thank you so much for your time, Alexander. Have a great day ahead. Right, and that's all we have for you today on a Business Morning. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story with Elizabeth Musa, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, That's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Elizabeth Musa. The United Kingdom is changing how it connects with international students, and Nigeria is right at the center of that conversation. A new international education strategy released on January 20, 2026 shows the United Kingdom plans to expand the export of British degrees by partnering with universities in countries like Nigeria, India, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and Vietnam. Rather than bringing more students into the United Kingdom, British universities will increasingly take their programs abroad. So the question is, why is the UK making this shift now, and what makes Nigeria such an important partner in this plan? Well, joining me this morning is Ngozi Ekugo. She's a senior labor correspondent here at Business Day. Thank you so much for joining, Ngozi.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
It's good to have you. Now, we see that for years, United Kingdom's focus has been on attracting international students to the United Kingdom. And that strategy seemed to have worked, I mean, in the past. So why are we seeing this new change, and why is it important now?
Okay, I mean, it's clear from all the indications that you know, the UK, that has been a large influx of international students over the years, which I don't think the country had prepared for. For instance, before the pandemic, we had UK had like 8,000 students coming into the country, but from 2022, it surged to like 72,000 students, and at that time students were allowed to bring their dependents, you understand, and obviously it was a strain on the UK. So policies have been coming out since then, trying to limit the influx of international students and, even foreign skilled workers. So they came up with the ban on dependents and all of that. So, but I think now, because they know that the United Kingdom, one of their greatest exports is their educational system. You understand? They still want to keep that legacy, obviously, and so they feel that it's the right step it's a step in the right direction. To now think of other alternatives. To allow internationals get this British qualifications, and one of the ways is through joint degrees, through their branch campuses, and through partnerships with universities from these countries that had a large influx of students coming into their country, like Nigeria, China, India, Malaysia.
Yeah, you talked about joint partnerships. Now, from your reporting, what kind of partnerships should Nigerians be expecting to see? Are we going to be seeing curriculum sharing or full UK campuses operating, locally?
I perceive it could be a combination of all. Because I know currently, I think there's a partnership between for instance, Ahmadu Bello University and a university in England on a sustainable technology, Masters in Sustainable Technology. We also see partnerships between Lancaster University and some campuses in Ghana, China, Malaysia.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yes. So, and I'm sure they want to expand to Nigeria, and so yeah, it has worked. I think this may be a new education strategy now, and I think universities in Nigeria need to position themselves well to for this. The world is a global village now. Young people with internet, with technology, it's I think it makes it easy now to have these partnerships. I think from joint degree programs to branch campuses and general partnerships.
Yeah, and you spoke about some of this. You mentioned some of these universities, Ahmadu Bello, and precisely you mentioned Lancaster University, UK, which has a Lancaster University in Ghana. At least I'm aware of that one because I happened to host an event for them, and they are doing excellently well. There's actually no difference. The students, they've been. There was a scholarship event which I did host for them, and the students were excellent. They had some of the top schools and top secondary schools in Lagos. We're talking about the British International School, Dowen College, and the likes, and they were all coming for that scholarship. And for me, it meant a lot because if students from those big schools could be coming to compete for something for Lancaster University Ghana, it says a lot about the quality of the schools and these partnerships. But speaking about partnerships, right? I mean, we've seen that Nigeria's large youth population and the rising demand for higher education, making it an obvious target. But the impact will depend on how these partnerships are structured and regulated. Now, what do you think the potential risk could be for Nigerian universities if these collaborations are not carefully managed?
So, I mean, if it's not carefully managed, then I guess they would probably look at other African countries or maybe other institutions, in Nigeria. But I believe that it's an opportunity. So I wouldn't want to believe that Nigerian institutions would not once they feel like they're ready to take on that partnerships. I feel they should be ready. They should have everything in place, to accept that partnership agreement. And in the long run, obviously, it's going to be more affordable because I mean now the exchange rate is so high. So it's a win-win on, for everybody, for both Nigerian students, for the institutions, and for, this international, universities. So I would say, obviously, it's a risk if I feel like the UK, before they come into partnership with the university, they would have done a lot of studies, feasibility studies, background checks, and everything before they set up a partnership with these Nigerian institutions. So, but if the institutions are not ready, then it wouldn't work. And then if a lot of Nigerian institutions have that, are like that, they show that they're not ready and all, then maybe the UK would go to neighboring countries like Ghana, maybe Senegal or any other some other African countries to establish these partnerships. So it's a big risk, really, if we don't position ourselves well to accept these kind of joint degrees and partnerships that UK plans to have.
Right. And do you also see these tighter post-study rules influencing Nigerian student choices between studying in the UK and enrolling in the UK and their programs at home?
Yeah, yes, definitely. This tight post-study rules definitely have influenced this. And because the UK has now seen a decline in the number of enrollments, over the years, because most international students, most Nigerians want to school in the UK, hoping that they get postgraduate work permits, which has shortened. It used to be 5 years, but I think it's now 18 months. And now international students cannot bring in their dependents. So it has reduced the number of students. So, so definitely this is an option for them.
Right. And beyond university degrees, the strategy also places strong emphasis on English language training and skills-based education and education and technology, all of which, already contribute significantly to the UK economy. In your view, where do Nigerian institutions and education businesses actually fit into these emerging opportunities?
Okay, yeah, so there's been this trend about, skills-based learning, technology. So Nigerian universities, Nigerian educational system needs to embrace that because it's global. It's not just domiciled in any part of the world. Globally now, everyone wants to get a degree that positions them for the workplace, skills-based degrees and technology-focused degrees. So this places Nigeria in a very good advantage point. So they're able to, because these are global educational leaders. The UK is known for their, they're globally recognized for their teaching and all of that in different areas, different sectors. So I think this is a good opportunity for Nigeria.
Right. And how would you rate, you've been covering the labor market for a while now. How do you rate Nigeria's curriculum at the moment? Do you think that we are where we ought to be? Do you think there's some work to be done? What are your recommendations, if you were to recommend right now to the government?
Okay. I know over the years there have been talks about adjusting our curriculum. I think they've started. If I read recently that Anambra State has inculcated, I think 25 entrepreneurial courses, skills-based courses in its curriculum. I know there's also this TVET, the technical vocational educational, thing that the government has brought about, So the government, I think the curriculum is improving. It's becoming more workplace focused. So what was the other question again?
No, I said what would you say if you wanted to recommend to the government? What would you, educational institutions, tertiary institutions, what would you say could be added, introduced to the curriculum?
Okay, I think they should inculcate more of digital trainings, digital skills, yes, and I'll say skilled trades. I know that yes. So the vocational side of training, yeah. Although those ones they learn many in the polytechnic, and technical education, yeah. So I know that they've advanced, and so they should just keep at it. They should. I think they need to involve more partnerships with foreign training institutions to come down here, or even take students abroad, to learn these vocational skill trades. That's on one hand. And then for students who are interested in digital technology, I think they need to, even from secondary school curriculum down to the university, I think these digital skills need to be made compulsory. And entrepreneurial skills too should be compulsory. I think even from secondary schooling system. Yeah. So entrepreneurial skills, digital skills, and skilled trades.
I like the three you've mentioned: entrepreneurial skills, digital skills, and you mentioned one last
skills trades.
But there's also something that I was thinking you'd mention, which is artificial intelligence.
Okay, yeah, I'll place it under digital because I mean that's technology. So obviously artificial intelligence is, yeah. So I mean it's here to stay, obviously, and there's been so much talk about it. So artificial intelligence needs to be ingrained in the curriculum. I think from maybe primary schooling and the primary school curriculum, yes, it needs to be ingrained. Yeah.
Right. So is it the use of artificial intelligence or artificial intelligence in the work they do, or how to make use of artificial intelligence?
I think artificial intelligence has two sides to it. I think the side of building the technology, and the side of using it. If you're not STEM oriented, you're not a science based, depending on your skill sets or your interests. So I think they need to do both. So for those who are interested in building artificial intelligence, robotics, and all those data science, I think that those trainings need to go. I know in China, Japan, especially Japan, I think these are things that even children know how to do. You understand? So we just need to learn from the best, from leaders, from the countries that employ best practices, and then adopt these into our curriculum.
Right. And Ngozi, speaking on this interesting shift that we're seeing, I don't have the numbers, but you probably have the numbers, seeing that this is what you've been covering. In the past year, up until 2026, 2025, 2024, in fact, I've seen, I don't know if this is a fact, I've seen the numbers of people going to school abroad, in the UK and the US. I've seen the numbers on a decline, as opposed to 2022, as opposed to 2021, as opposed to maybe even 2023. I don't know if I'm correct. I don't know if you agree with me. I think that's a better statement. And I don't know if you agree with me. I don't know if this is as a result of perhaps people deciding to school within, their local, their countries, or if this is as a result of the exchange rates, dollar to naira, or that sort of thing. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Like I mentioned earlier that before the pandemic, there were about, I think UK recorded like 8,000 students, international students from Nigeria, and then from 2022 it rose to 70 something thousand, and then started declining. Numbers due to many factors. The exchange rate is definitely much higher, and the policies, the anti-immigration policies, are now speaking loud everywhere. You understand? So it's making sure. What I've seen is that a lot of students are considering other countries, maybe like countries in Europe, that are offering, that have cheaper tuition, and some are settling for private universities back home. And I think a lot too would be happy to see their local universities partnered with these UK universities. I think it's more, to be more attractive for them. That's why I'm happy that the UK is considering more partnerships with local universities through joint degrees, and blended learning programs and stuff like that. So yes, there has been a decline, which is very, very clear, which is very, obvious. There's been a lot of shifts to European countries that are affordable. And then there's been a lot of shift to private universities, or people just even doing online foreign courses, staying at home, and then enrolling in these institutions abroad and paying much less.
And just to digress a bit, but because this is totally up your alley, the headline this morning showed that Nigeria has decided to move HND degrees, right? I think we are awarding them because, for the longest time, university degrees seem to be rated higher than HND degrees, which is polytechnics, but there's been a change. Now that's the headline. I'm sure you're aware.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that polytechnics should actually be, maybe, should we say, at par? Maybe that's what it's becoming now with universities, because for the longest time I remember growing up, when we were applying for university, applying to tertiary institution, I remember then avoiding polytechnic.
Yes.
For some people that was like the more popular thing, to avoid polytechnic or make it the last case scenario, the last option.
C or something.
So when you when you decide, when you don't decide, it's life that chooses it for you. When that now happens and life chooses it for you, you probably go to polytechnic, and then when you're done with polytechnic, you often see the people that are actually serious about education will now be done with that one and decide to
upgrade to
university
degree.
We'll often see that happening, but with this new change, what are your thoughts?
I see it as very needed, very timely, very important, because over time the HND degree holders, as people who finish from polytechnics and colleges of education, technical colleges, they are often discriminated in the workplace. They finish with this their program, and then they struggle to get good jobs or well-paying jobs. The discrimination has been ongoing for a very long time, and so even I think for like 2 years I've been seeing a lot of talk about upgrading HND certificates to degree programs, which is good, because now even globally people are appreciating technical that's polytechnic education, technical education, because they're hands-on, they're practical. You understand? I mean, I know that for instance, at times you hear people, maybe accountants who finish from HND, who have HNDs are probably more skilled than even the ones who have university degrees, because I think the focus with polytechnics and technical colleges is practical. Yes, practical.
Unlike the universities, which is more theoretical.
Do you understand? And now we're moving towards a skills-based, should I say skills-based economy, the skills-based workplace now. So people are valuing, so their value is being seen now, and then so it makes sense that if they can upgrade to that university certificate status, all well and good.
Fantastic. Actually fantastic, because yesterday I was speaking to someone coincidentally, and she's doing some schooling in Morocco, at Polytechnic, this climate space, and I was saying to her, oh my goodness, because she said to me it's the best actually, like when it comes to climate studies. I'm like, oh, and then I said Polytechnic, because you know how in Nigeria it's like when you're Polytechnic it feels like it, but I've been seeing that needs to be changed, and that's why I'm so excited for this, and I'm hoping that the UK universities, with this shift that they are making, this shift in strategy, I'm hoping that they could also partner, work with polytechnics. What do you think? I think they should work with polytechnics, not just universities, so then these people, so you're not seeing polytechnic degree and it's feeling less than inferior to university degree, where you spent the same years in the school and all of that. So hearing from the lady yesterday saying, oh, it's the best, and I said, oh, with polytechnic, like what's, and I'm like, you look at that, and Morocco is literally one of the best African countries right now. That's if not the best, even though they don't seem, is that not where AFCON was just concluded, right? So you can see how forward thinking it is. a forward-thinking society, you'd always see it with the output of the kind of people, what they're able to do. So Nigeria is beginning to be forward-thinking, and I'm here for it. So my final question for you will be that, from Nigeria's perspective, what policies or safeguards are needed to ensure this shift improves access and quality rather than simply increasing foreign education exports? What are some of the policies?
Well, I think the government just needs to create policies around that. We just need to have a very we need to be well positioned, as in the infrastructures need to be good. Like universities need to have it's been a while since I went to a university in Nigeria to visit or anything like that, but I don't know if they have infrastructure in place, like systems, laptops, good internet, and those kind of things.
Universities have that.
Yes, but that which is obviously, I know that those ones would have that because of the kind of school fees they charge, but we need our federal universities to have that too. You understand, because some of these partnerships, I think it's mainly although it's I've seen they partner with private, to be honest, and they also partner with government universities. So the government universities need to just step up their game, have the right infrastructure, have the right environment, especially with infrastructure, learning tools. Yes, I think so. I think the government needs to really look into fix their eyes now on this transnational education strategy that UK is coming up with, and position themselves. They should come up with policies, any policy that can enhance this partnership or that will make this partnership to take place.
Fantastic. And also maybe add pay better salaries.
Oh yes, because I know that I think with these partnerships, students will pay more, a little bit more, I think. I'm not sure. We need to come over. So obviously, if that's the case, the lecturers need to be well compensated, to reflect that, to reflect where they are working.
Thank you very much, Ngozi Ekwigo, Senior Correspondent, Labor Market at BusinessDay. Thank you so much for joining us on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you very much.
You've been watching The Big Story right here on BusinessDay Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it.
People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week.
Welcome back. This is still the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the round of social media. Of course, my name is still Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with Destiny.
Destiny Mama.
Right. We're ready to see what Nigerians are engaging with online. The first conversation gaining our attention is the emotional press conference held by billionaire Deji Adeleke, debunking paternity allegation between the son, who is David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, and the young girl identified as Anoluwapo on Instagram. Now, addressing journalists at the press conference, Mr. Adeleke dismissed the claim as false, alleging that controversial social media commentator Kemi Oluloyo had for years impersonated the child and her mother online to sustain this narrative. Now, the controversy centers on Ayo Labinjo, an Ibadan-based woman who claimed that she had a sexual encounter with Davido during one of his visits to the city several years ago, and subsequently given birth to a baby girl, Anu, whom she alleged the singer abandoned. Now, that's the young lady, the young girl right there, the Anu Oluwapo, the girl said to be David's daughter.
Wow. You know, just looking at it all, it just brings this, should I say, I just feel a little bit emotional. At the same time, I don't want to use the word pity, but if something like DNA has been done and somebody like Davido's father that never wants to be out there taking this upon himself to come out and actually debunk the fact that they've gone through this process and the child is not Davido, you know, we just need to, you know, just settle in and just actually take this process as the truth, you know. But I also feel like a woman knows who impregnated her. Like, a woman should know, and that's why when I mean it gets to the point where the men find out through DNA also that the children are not theirs, and then the woman knows that there's no more truth to hide, they just open up and say, of course, when you could not impregnate me and all of that. So for her to keep doing this, is it for fame?
For 12 years, actually.
Is it for fame?
For me? Yeah, let's see this quickly watch the video.
Okay.
That we have. So okay, we don't have the sound, but that's the video of him speaking to journalists, talking about the situation and saying that, you know, it's a false narrative, DNA tests have been conducted and all of that. And, you know, on social media, people are saying that this man, David's father, Davido's father, happens to be someone who is quiet. He avoids social media, avoids any sort of attention. He's not a cloud chaser. I mean, to what end? He's already a billionaire.
Of course.
He's a big man. He's living his life. His children are doing well.
Exactly.
So he's one of those people that, you know, we still have billionaires that they still like the spotlight.
Privacy.
Doesn't like the spotlight. So for him to take his time to do this, now Nigerians are saying, nah, there must be truth.
Yes,
in it.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure. You know, as a journalist, I don't know what side to take. Mine is just to report the story. I really don't know for sure, because it's weird. I know people can go extra mile, but it's weird to see someone be persistent rather on something for 12 years.
But then again, why not? The people we're talking about are prominent. The people we're talking about are billionaires. The people we're talking about are people, you know, that are already a success and are easy to identify with. Why do you not want to identify with success?
For 12 years?
Yes. You know, and the thing is, you know, it has already given them that fame, but then it will bring bully to the side of the child, because she goes to school, she meets friends, and then they'll say, you're claiming to be. What if Davido was a bricklayer? Will this energy still be
Someone
the same?
asked that question, and honestly, I wonder what the answer what her answer would be, because some people have asked, like, what if it was the poor?
Yeah,
What if it was a poor person? What if it wasn't prominent? We will be having this conversation.
Push, yes, be subject to continue. You know, that's the whole thing. People like identifying with success. The name itself will open doors. So why not claim that name? But if she wants to be realistic, women know. A woman should know who impregnates or impregnated her at some point. Women just know these things. There's no way you can just, except she maybe double dated at that same period or something. But I don't want to believe that with all the controversy surrounding this, she's still insisting that it is Davido. You know, we're saying, in the breakfast show earlier during the newspaper review segment, when we said something like, we actually talked about this, right? The narrative we were looking at was that Davido is someone that likes children. Right. He will not want to drag this if, you know, it were the other way around. They wouldn't want to go and start, you know, try to model up, to cover up DNA that is original and bring out the fake just because he doesn't want the child. No, looking at the child,
it could also be
she
from
appeals.
Yeah,
she's a beautiful child.
But do you also see the angle of, yes, it might like children, but there's this baby mama thing, just multiple baby mama things can be a little bit tiring.
Yeah.
Not just tiring. I think I'm looking at it from a more simplistic point of view. It can be so much of, it's so disruptive. Yeah, that's the word, for families. You know, multiple baby mamas you have to cater to. You could be rich and, you know, be doing charity, philanthropy and all of that and have money, but no, yeah, this is another child again, another woman that you have to, you know, be doing all of that. I think it's a little bit too much of a disruption.
I don't think so, because before or after Anu story, Davido has also welcomed new children, not from Chama, and he accepted them.
Okay.
Do you understand? So I think it's just someone that just loves children and wants to take care of them if they're truly his. So I just pity the situation, and I wish the girl, the DNA test proved that it was Davido's daughter, because I don't know, there's this semblance I just see. You know, anybody can see anything. So it doesn't really mean that it's biological.
Okay, let's see some of the tweets and see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversation on social media. We see, check out the comment on social media, whether Instagram, whether Twitter, or the likes. Mayana Beth says, I still don't believe the video DNA test with the Anu lady is true. Can the test be done fresh at an independent facility with good reputation, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria? We all know how money rules in Nigeria, and anyone with money can usually buy their way, which is a big fact. And that one's from Abigail. Abigail says, but this little girl has asked for just one more DNA test for her sake to gain closure. When these tests were done, she was too little to participate and only heard stories. Please leave the interview and do this one for the child. I agree.
I agree, yeah.
Tej Ole says, pressure and victimhood are ways, pressure and victimhood are way into a billionaire's family because of African resemblance. There's a guy from Anambra State that looks so much like Davido. We Nigerians have peculiar, handsome resemblance. You know how we see Cubana? You know the case of Cubana Chief Priest?
Yeah.
Suppose the lady, the Kenyan lady that says,
"Whoa, that
Cubana
resemblance is
the
heavenly."
resemblance is." But don't forget that the lady also looks like Cubana Chief Priest.
No. I don't want to talk about the lady looking like Cubana Chief Priest. I'm seeing that child, because if that child is not for Cubana Chief Priest, right, or allegedly for Cubana Chief Priest, right, why? Of course, she would have had the child with another man. So why is the child not looking like, the father?
But the point is
the father.
Do you also hear my point that this lady looks like Cubana Chief Priest? So if she looks like Cubana Chief Priest, then a child should be able to look like her.
At the end of the day, she's not a twin sister to Cubana Chief Priest. But everybody knows that child belongs to.
I don't know.
It's alleged. Okay, alleged. Allegedly,
right? We don't have the fact.
We do not have the fact. So allegedly, everybody just thinks that way, allegedly, right? But then again,
in this case of Davido,
in this case of Davido, I don't know. They should just really do that one more general DNA that doesn't have to go outside, because we still have good facilities here.
Yeah,
that can actually bring results. Because hearing that they took saliva and they put it into something and they took it all out. But I think it will expire.
Yeah. Right. All right, let's move on now to another conversation. The Nigerians are also reacting to what social media users have described as an embarrassing moment for Pella. Pella is a Nigerian streamer. After several failed attempts to meet US streamer iShowSpeed. I don't know if you know iShowSpeed. That's the biggest streamer right now.
Wow.
I'm so excited for him. You know how you're happy for someone you don't know.
Yeah.
He has about 44.8 million followers on Instagram alone.
Wow.
That's minus, that's the young man there. That's minus TikTok, minus other platforms. Is rolling with the biggest stars across the world. Is dining with Cristiano Ronaldo, who is the most followed Instagram. So, I was an Instagram most followed on Instagram, but easily like the biggest footballer. I mean, quote unquote me. No one should quote me. I mean, there's so many. There's Messi. There's Ronaldo. But Ronaldo is Ronaldo is up there. Is rolling with the biggest cricketer. It's just the fact that this young man, ShowSpeed, just turned 21, celebrated his birthday. He's been moving across the African continent, visiting. He's an American. I think he's in Nigeria at the moment, and everyone is showing him love. What does it basically do? He streams and he does all sort of stunts. I think from heaven he just has a gift for living on the edge. When I say living on the edge, he could come to this place and jump on this table, and this table will not crack and nothing happens to him. It does all sort of adventures that you can't even picture. But yeah, just not to digress from the conversation. So videos are making the rounds online, showing moments when iShowSpeed, that's the young man I'm talking about, where his bouncer blocks Pella, which is our own Nigerian very own streamer, from approaching him. And another scene when Pella, still relentless, was chased this streamer on a horse, expressing his willingness to collaborate with him. Fans nearby shouted Pella's name, hoping to get the streamer's attention, but iShowSpeed remained unaware of his presence, and that one has been making social media, because we know in Nigeria, Pella is quite the streamer, is quite popular. Recently, Qatar FA came and trumped the numbers, but we have a number of them that are doing amazing in terms of streaming. We have Shank Comics,
of course.
We've got Enzo, and we have Carter Efe, who has now topped with the use of Switch, who has come, they say overtaking is a lot. It's come and trumped the numbers. But it's really interesting to see our own very own Pella being, is it ignored?
Downplayed,
But we can't say for sure if perhaps ShowSpeed didn't see him, because you know how these things happen where you're like a king or queen in your own place. You think people know you.
And the guy came all the way. Was he in Nigeria when this happened?
Yes.
And then he he was unable to see Pella and Pella was unable to see him till now. Or just what they saw is what's making the rounds on social media.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's very bad when you thought you've gotten somewhere, and then you're trying to see someone relatively in your sphere, like, and you're unable to identify with that person. Now, why would the bouncers do a thing like that? Is this something that we're not hearing about this whole thing?
You know, the thing with these things, you think people know, they might not know you. I mean, when this in your, I don't want to get
so Pella was starstruck.
Yeah, and it's trying to see. I'm saying how big iShowSpeed is big. It's on all the biggest
platforms
right now across the world. People know him. You need to see his comment sections.
So he's on streaming. He has global recognition.
Not Nigerian recognition.
Yes.
I'm talking about 44.8 million
that's
followers
a global impact
on only Instagram.
It's a global impact.
That's I can't remember the precise number for TikTok and other platforms.
Yeah.
Do you know how incredible that is?
Yeah.
That's literally the amount of followers you have when you are. That's for the top level celebrities, right? And it's a streamer, and I'm saying, like, I watched a show. I do watch some sports show, and they invited him over. The theory and all of that, and even the people, I'm talking about top level. I'm talking about Theory, Kate, and they were starstruck.
Oh my God! By his presence,
iShowSpeed, and it is unstoppable. My point is, it just might not know Pella. But if there's one thing I know about Pella, I think you should be persistent. I don't want people to start fanning up some sort of flames here and there. It just might not know. That's what I'm saying. Like you think that boy is everywhere. Like it might just not. It might not.
Yeah, it's innocent.
Like that. It's just innocent. But let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Virtual World says Pella would have done the same if it's home though. Ignoring him has already sent the way Pella wanted. Well, that's another angle to it. Omoyewa says, if this is true, then he needs to work on his management team. He needs some composure and rebranding. He should be accessing iShowSpeed easily. That's another angle. Engineer C. Peter says, his management failed him, but the guy still believes I'm big. Madness. The guy is meeting people and visiting places based on his visit schedule, and I'm not also a streamer in Nigeria. Some people, when they write, you really don't understand. It says his management needs to do better next time. Do we have more reactions to this story? What are your thoughts?
Of course, everything has been said, and I think that whatever has been tweeted on, people that gave their narrative gave it based on what they feel and how it should be. We've actually overflogged the issue already, if you ask me. So I believe that he should be able to have access to him if he is actually a streamer recognized in Nigeria, because we have the numbers as well.
Okay, that's a good way to end it. So if he doesn't have access to him, he's not a streamer recognized in Nigeria.
The thing is, he has already gotten the fame that we've accorded him already. We can't take that away from him. We're talking about Pella here, right? So there's still room. If the guy is still around, there's still a way he can still.
There's actually still room
to track out a way to see.
I mean, with all the conversation that we're having right now,
of course, to definitely,
and him being, the management, iShowSpeed's management,
will definitely
get wind of that.
I'm sure they will start making it. They would have been making efforts already, because it would be too much embarrassment if it doesn't go the way the Pella management wanted.
Absolutely. Well, we'll wrap up and close right now on social listening. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a very packed show, and thank you for sticking with us on the news headlines, to, of course, the newspaper review, to the business morning, to the big story on the new UK strategy, to, of course, this interesting stories on social media from iShowSpeed to Davido's, the father, coming out. We're hoping that. One thing with social media, the news never stops. There's always a lot of things happening. And we keep looking out for the stories and bringing them to you right here on Social Listening. But until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Mama.
Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Ladies, gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from BusinessDay Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. And now, the headlines. Investors watch yields as CBN sells 1.5 trillion naira bills. Naira closes midweek at 1,423 naira per dollar, officially as parallel market hit 1,486 naira per dollar. Tight monetary policy cuts Nigerians' inflation by 10 percentage points, Cardoso. And federal government targets local power components to save forests. Nigeria exports surge as regional manufacturing gains tractions. Let's begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria was expected to conduct its secondary treasury bills auctions for January 2026 on Wednesday, offering instruments worth 1.15 trillion naira amid strong system liquidity and rising government borrowing needs. The auction spans the standard tenors of 91 days, 182 days, and 364 days, underscoring the Apex Bank continued reliance on short-term domestic instruments to fund operations and manage excess liquidity. Alpha secular data show that 150 billion naira was allocated to 91-day bills, 200 billion naira to the 182-day tenor, while 800 billion naira was set aside for the one-year bills, reflecting investors' preference for longer-dated securities. Market participants say the auction outcome will be closely watched for signals on short-term interest rate directions, especially as inflation risk, exchange rate pressures, and tight monetary conditions persist. Analysts note that sustained demand at the long end of the curve highlight both the government's funding strategy and investors' effort to lock in areas yield amid uncertainty over future policy direction. And turning to the currency market, The Naira closed the midweek trading section at 1,423 Naira to the US dollar at the official foreign exchange market, continuing a mixed performance that contrasts with sustained weakness in the parallel market. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria show that while the official market remains relatively stable, pressures persist outside the regulated window, reflecting ongoing structural challenges in the currency market. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira traded at 1,420.5 Naira per dollar on Monday, strengthening slightly to 1,420 Naira on Tuesday before depreciating to 1,423 Naira per dollar on Wednesday. In the parallel market, the Naira opened at 1,483 Naira per dollar on Monday, held steady on Tuesday, and slipped to 1,486 Naira per dollar on Wednesday. The gap between the official and parallel rates narrowed to 63 Naira, down from 73 Naira last week, though pressures remain evident. On a year-to-date basis, the Naira began 2026 at 1,428 Naira per dollar, indicating continued demand pressure despite relative stability at the official market and gradual convergence between the two windows. And meanwhile, Nigerians' sustained monetary tightening has played a key role in slowing inflation, with estimates suggesting that the Central Bank of Nigeria's policy stance accounted for as much as 10 percentage points of the decline in headline inflation, according to the CBN governor and NPC chairman Olayemi Cardoso. Cardoso made the disclosure in his personal statement at the November 2025 Monetary Policy Committee meeting, citing it as strong evidence of the effectiveness of monetary policy despite domestic and global headwinds. He said the broad-based disinflation spanning headlines, food, and core inflation underscores the importance of bold and consistent policy actions to preserve price stability. The governor highlighted that reduced foreign exchange volatility, easing food prices, and a relatively stronger Naira contributed to the slowdown, alongside stronger reserves driven by capital inflows and structural shifts in Nigerians' balance of payments. The MPC maintained a tight stance, keeping the monetary policy rate at 27% and adjusting liquidity management tools, stressing that proactive monetary policy remains critical to safeguarding stability and supporting structural reforms. Moving on to the energy sector, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has called on the Energy Commission of Nigeria and the Rural Electrification Agency to deepen collaboration and boost local production of electricity components and reduce import dependence. Adelabu said stronger synergy anchored on coordinated research, planning, data sharing, and joint planning is critical to delivering President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's power sector reform agenda. The minister spoke during a meeting with ECN management in Abuja against the backdrop of concerns over Nigerians' reliance on imported meters and transformers, which continues to strain foreign exchange and slow sector expansion. He said the Tinubu administration is determined to promote local manufacturing of critical power infrastructure as a foundation for economic growth, adding that reliable data remains central to effective planning. Adelabu disclosed plans to establish a central power sector data pool and directed the inclusion of ECN in the power sector working group. ECN Director General Mustafa Abdullahi affirmed the Commission's commitment to supporting the reforms. Moving on, a surge in intra-African trade is reshaping West Africa's industrial outlook as new data and policy initiatives signal deeper regional integration and rising manufacturing activities across the sub-region. Figures from the Nigerian Customs Service shows Nigerians' exports to African markets rose 14% to 4.82 trillion naira, with over 60% destined for West Africa, reflecting strengthening regional demand. In Ghana, the government's 24 hours economy policy is delivering early gains with pilot zones such as the Tema Manufacturing Corridor, recording higher outputs and increased night shift employment in the industrial segment. Analysts caution that sustaining the momentum will depend on expanding industrial capacity, improving logistics, and coordinating cross-border investments to convert trade growth into long-term industrial development. Against the backdrop, the West African Industrialization, Manufacturing and Trade Summit 2026 will hold in Lagos from March 3rd to 5th. Endorsed by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the summit aims to accelerate manufacturing growth and regional trade integration. Now, away from that story, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has begun phased enforcement actions against digital money lending operators that failed to regularize their operations under the Digital, Electronic, Online and Non-Traditional Consumer Lending Regulations 2025. The compliance deadline expired on Monday, January 5th, 2026. In a statement, FCCPC Director of Corporate Affairs Ondaje Ijagu said the actions aimed to ensure regulatory certainty and restore confidence in Nigerians' digital lending market. Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer Tunji Bello said the measures are necessary to implement the new regulations and protect consumers from abusive practices across the sector. Bello noted that the compliance window has closed and enforcement will proceed in a fair and orderly manner. He stressed that the goal is to promote discipline, transparency, and consumer confidence without disrupting legitimate businesses. As part of the process, the FCCPC has withdrawn conditional approvals and removed defaulting operators from its register. The Commission urged Nigerians to rely on the register when engaging digital lenders. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the business world. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, We build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has commenced enforcement of the ban on the production and sale of alcohol in sachets and PET bottles below 200 millimeters. The move follows a Senate directive aimed at strengthening public health protection and curbing the rising social and health risk associated with alcohol consumption. NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeyeye disclosed this on Wednesday in Lagos during a media parley organized by the agency. Adeyeye said the agency received a marching order from the Senate clearing the path for enforcement. She noted that earlier plans announced in November 2025 were paused following the federal government directive pending consultations. According to her, those consultations have now been concluded. She stressed that the ban targets the protection of children, adolescents, and young adults, citing concerns over affordability, easy access, and concealment of the small-size alcohol products. Adeyeye reaffirmed the agency's commitment to safeguarding the health and safety of Nigerians, particularly vulnerable populations, through strengthened regulatory enforcement. And meanwhile, the federal government says Nigeria's liquefied petroleum gas consumptions reached 52,800 metric tons in 2025, with domestic marketers supplying 45,800 metric tons and imports accounting for just 7,100 metric tons. Data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority showed that local suppliers accounted for about 87% of total LPG consumption, underscoring Nigerians' growing self-reliance in cooking gas production. Despite the strong domestic supply, households continue to face rising LPG prices, raising concerns over why increased local output has not translated into lower retail costs for consumers. Market data indicate that the price of a 12.5 kg cylinder rose sharply in 2025, driven by high transportation cost, limited storage capacity, and distribution inefficiencies across the supply chain. Analysts note that investment in domestic gas facilities have shifted Nigerians away from import dependence, but structural bottlenecks and pricing pressures remain key challenges to affordable cooking gas nationwide. In other news, socio-economic activities in Kano have been disrupted following an indefinite strike by the Senior Staff Association of Electricity and Allied Companies and the National Union of Electricity Employees at the Kano Electricity Distribution Company. The industrial action, triggered by alleged poor working conditions and unpaid arrears, began after January 20th, 2026, ultimatum issued at the Kano Electricity Distribution Company management expired without resolution. Union leaders accused the company of failing to honor agreements on pension remittances, death benefits, workplace conditions, and fair promotion practices, describing the actions as a response to years of unresolved grievances. In responses, Kano Electricity Distribution Company management rejected the claims, stating that the current administration has prioritized staff welfare since assuming office 7 months ago, particularly in addressing pension liabilities. The company said over 80% of agreed 2025 pension remittances have been paid, and that a transparent promotion exercise covering 1,500 staff was recently completed, Management added that it is engaging stakeholders to restore stability and ensure industrial harmony. Still on, Nigeria's 2026 agricultural budget is riddled with duplicated and irrelevant projects, raising concerns among experts over its credibility and effectiveness. The concern comes despite a 69.5% increase in the sector allocation from 82 billion naira proposed in 2025. Analysts warn that repetitive and poorly structured projects could undermine policy objectives, stall productivity gains, and limit the impact of government spending on food security and rural development. Critics argue that budget credibility is essential for attracting private sector investment into agriculture. They emphasize the need for transparency, proper project vetting, and alignment with national priorities to maximize returns to public funds. The Ministry of Agriculture has acknowledged these concerns, promising to review project lists, eliminate redundancies, and ensure funds are directed towards viable high-impact interventions that can transform the sector. Stakeholders maintain that while the budget increase is welcome, careful monitoring and strategic implementation will be crucial to safeguard resources and strengthen Nigerians' agricultural productivity. Now, away from this story, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has argued that governments to prioritize earth intervention over imposing additional taxes on sugar-sweetening beverages, warning that a sugar tax could undermine Nigeria's manufacturing and employment base. In a statement on Wednesday, CPPE CEO Muda Yusuf said evidence indicates sugar taxes deliver limited benefit unless paired with a broader lifestyle and behavioral measures. He cited poor diet, physical inactivities, urban design, and genetic factors as the primary drivers of diabetes and related diseases in Nigeria. The CPPE also highlighted the economic importance of the food and beverage sector, noting it contributes about 40% of Nigerians' manufacturing output, supports extensive value chain, and sustains millions of jobs nationwide. Yusuf warned that additional taxes could trigger job losses, lower household incomes, and reduce investment. Acknowledging the urgency of addressing non-communicable diseases, Yusuf concluded that balanced development-conscious policies can advance public health goals without undermining economic recovery. And finally, to wrap up the Business News Hour, the Nigerian Shippers Council has argued shippers companies have the nation's seaports to consult traders and other stakeholders before implementing tariffs increases. The call was made by NSC Executive Secretary Dr. Pius Akuta in Lagos during a stakeholders meeting on tariff review attended by service providers, clearing agents, importers, and freight forwarders. Akuta stressed that stakeholders' engagement is essential for maintaining order at port, aligning operations with global best practices, and protecting the interests of port users and the nation's economy. He explained that the Council's mandate is to ensure fairness, efficiency, and balance within the port system, safeguarding users from anti-competitive charges while promoting transparency and due process. Akuta emphasized that effective regulations requires inclusivity, dialogue, and collaboration, adding that the engagement aims to strike a balance between cost recovery and protecting port users while supporting the long-term sustainability of Nigeria's maritime industry. And that's a wrap on today's Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us. Stay with Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights That is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good afternoon and welcome back. It is Business Day Television. Now let's have our industry focus on the way. And of course, like you know, as usual, we give you the latest happenings on different industries, how they have gotten so far, and of course, the ones coming up, thus highlighting their economic and business values, how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and Nigerians around the globe. So without a doubt, this is Industry Focus. Let's get this thing on the road. Here are our statements for today. One, we'll give you the quote of the day on hotel and hospitality. You get to find out why you need some kind of motivational words to pull you through if you're the type who wants to get into hotel business, or maybe you are in already. That will help you. Then right after that, we'll give you a retrospect on hospitality, explaining in detail how far the Nigerian hospitality business and sector has come. That will come your way. And thirdly, there we have, which is the bulk package of the show, our captain's opinion. And our guest, Mr. Nathan Anele, will be joining us. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. All right. I will be talking about, most definitely, in case you don't know, we're talking about the area that is quite key and important, which is the growth opportunity in Nigeria. When you talk about hospitality, he's the man to speak with. All right. Then our fourth segment will be Deal or No Deal. We hear the anticipated growth of Nigeria's hospitality sector by federal government. We're talking about that one also and more. All right, so don't change your dial. This promises to be an interesting package right here on Business Day Television. I am Monyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Welcome back. Let's get into this right away. Our first quote on hospitality. It says, hospitality is simply an opportunity to show. But if you take this one first, it says, true hospitality is when people leave feeling better about themselves and not better about you. I don't know if our guests will agree with this. When the time comes, we'll ask our guests to take it again. It says, true hospitality is when people leave feeling better about themselves and not better about you. That's a question mark there. Our guests will respond when the time comes. So I have another quote again. I think we have two quotes. But then again, let's just leave that one at that. All right, so let's jump into this very quickly. Retrospect. So you get to have an idea that the hospitality sector has come a long way. Nigeria's hospitality sector evolved from underdeveloped state-run hotels to a growing market driven by economic growth, privatization, and rising middle class. Demand was high at the time, and then featuring increased luxury offerings and international brands came into the play. Though challenges were felt, by the same time, infrastructure gap was also a challenge. However, economic volatility persists, with technology and domestic tourism showing strong future prospects, despite all the challenges. You see the picture right there of how Federal Palace Hotel used to look way back in the past, and other, ancient buildings. See, hospitality business has always been there. But thank God for technology. It is now a big thing that is growing our nation. I only said this, our guests in the building to respond and give us more into this. So let's meet our guest very quickly. Our guest, Mr. Nathan Anele. He is a special person when it comes to hospitality. He's a well-seasoned hotel expert with key milestones achieved as a consultant to several hotels across the country. Most definitely, now you know. Help me welcome my guest. He's in the building, Mr. Nathan Alele. You're welcome, sir.
A pleasure to be here.
That's a handshake that secures a good deal.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Onyeka, it's a pleasure being here. I feel great being on your show, and I like what you're doing. I like what Business Day is all about. It's a pleasure being here.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. All right, very quick, let's jump into this. They say without hospitality, tourism might not thrive. But let's ask you first and foremost, why did you choose hospitality business?
I don't want to sound cliche, but I think hospitality found me. I did not find hospitality.
Interesting.
I have a background training in journalism.
Okay.
And
so welcome back home.
Yeah, that's why I feel at home here. I'm a studio person by training.
Right.
Okay, so I worked in the broadcast industry straight out of university. I served in the broadcast industry, as a matter of fact. I was a producer. I presented programs on TV. Yes, and perhaps it wasn't paying me that well because I had a goal for myself.
Right.
So I moved into sales.
Okay.
It was in sales that hospitality found me. Yeah. So a gentleman I managed as my key client, as it was then, was heavily invested in hospitality, and he needed somebody to help him drive sales for a resort in River State, and that
was it.
That was it.
That was it. And so far, you jumped into, or hospitality jumped into you.
Hospitality jumped into me.
All right. So now you guys know. You see, whatever you do, have in mind that you can open doors to something greater. So do relegate yourself to the background. Mr. Anele has given us an insight to that. All right. The very first question of the day, which our viewers have been wanting to know, is this: the big picture, right? And the GDP question, which is key. Now, this was sent in. It says, let's start with this, which is more importantly, tourism and travel contribute significantly to the GDP in our country. And other countries like Africa, like Kenya, Egypt, all those countries. But why has Nigeria struggled to capture a simpler share? And what would it take for hospitality to become a top 5 contributor in our national economy?
Thank you for that question, and thanks to whosoever sent in that question. It means that people are interested. It means that our people will want to have a bigger picture of what this industry is all about. I want to presume that the person who sent that question may have certain level of exposure, So it is important that we weigh in at this point to letting our audience understand what truly is. Now, before I answer this 2-part question, let us establish certain facts. Egypt, you mentioned. Kenya also. So these are 2 countries that have benefited from prior investment in hospitality and tourism. I'm sure on your bucket list, if your disposable income can carry it, one of the sites you like to visit will be the pyramids of Giza.
Most definitely.
Okay, Pyramid of Giza was not built yesterday, like you know. So if we're looking at GDP of about 14 billion as at 2024.
Thanks,
$14 billion, yes. It's a massive inflow. It's a major inflow. As a matter of fact, 14 billion is more than we got from agriculture as a country in Nigeria. 14 billion is almost what we got from oil and gas. So, I mean, it's not a far-fetched illusion that the Egyptian economy is reveling, from benefits of hospitality and tourism. So, but to answer the question now, since we have established this, okay, let's do a comparative analysis. Nigeria, on the other hand, had a 4% GDP involvement from hospitality and tourism, 4%, about $37 million. So it's like night and day. There are no basis for comparison. Comparing what we have here in the country with what is happening in Kenya, for instance, or Egypt. Yes, so it means that they are doing something right. They are doing
something right.
Yes.
I have to pause it because I know you have a lot to say. That gives room for our next question, which is very important. They're doing something right.
Yes.
Now, if they're doing something right, is the employability, is it favoring most people or not? Let's come back home here in Nigeria. And it says here, the employment and skill area, which is quite important. Hospitality is famously a major job creator for most people, right? But the thing is, are people getting these jobs? Is it securing, is it like a sector where you can now say, I want to build a family with this by working in that sector?
Okay, let me answer from a person perspective. Okay, I've been in hospitality for above a decade now, and I'm raising a family with it, and for me, it's impossible for me to do any other thing apart from hospitality. I'm telling you, I will have to re-engineer my psyche to be able to fit into journalism or any other thing. I mean, any other thing I find myself doing would be an adjunct to hospitality and tourism. So that means there is a career path. And I didn't just start as a consultant. I started somewhere mid-management and I found myself here. And as a matter of fact, let me tell you, Onyeka, the next level would be to become an investor. I want to invest in the same sector. Hospitality, absolutely. I mean, there will be no other option for me as an investor outside the sector that I've mastered over time. So if you check my growth pattern, I've grown from mid-management to senior management to becoming a consultant to now wanting to become an investor in this same sector. So yes, to answer your question very quickly, it gives career paths. Yes, it gives a clear career path for those that are involved. The only challenge, which I know that we beg for answer, is can it sustain the family? Can it help those who are involved, raise a family within the standards? Okay, so the most honest answer is that it's a huge challenge, because 80% of those who are invested in this business do so for profit motive, right?
Profit motive.
Yeah, the profit motive makes it impossible for standards to be jettisoned. So you see that the federal government have pegged minimum wage to a particular amount. You will be shocked, Valentine, that a porter in a hotel still earns way below minimum wage. Absolutely.
How do you survive?
So that's a big question. So I have people who worked when I managed hotels, before the month runs midpoint, they're already broke. They're already trekking to work. You see a porter by 7:30 is already sweating. Why? He couldn't commute to work because he had to trek to work. So these are the aspects of the sector that needed, all stakeholders to, come to find a solution to. We have to standardize things, right? We have to lean from the point of our advantages, right? We have the workforce, enthusiastic, zealous young people who want to work. I have mentored people in this industry. I've seen a couple of young people grow from being waitresses to being managers over a short period of time. There is one that I'm particularly proud of. I employed her several years ago as a kitchen assistant, all right? Not yet in the tertiary institution, right? But as time went by, under proper guidance and with commitment to the job, today I can proudly announce to you that this person is a manager, a full-fledged manager in charge of food and beverages in a very big hotel in Owerri. So yes, there is a clear-cut opportunity for those in this sector to grow.
If we continue, it will get more interesting. So we have to continue with this.
We have to.
Now, speaking about growth, I want to bring the area of culture and tourism, because hotel business adds major value to this area, most definitely. But look at culture as it is. Some will agree, or some might disagree, that culture and tourism, right, plays, well, maybe a lesser role in growing the hospitality sector. Some will say the other way around. The hospitality is what, that fuels, fuels the culture and tourism sector. But whichever it is, how do you think culture and tourism can be better? Remember our food. These are things that people want to come to the country and come and enjoy. We know hospitality sector has value to it. But from the angle of our food, our entertainment, right, tradition as a whole, where does hospitality come in?
Well, interestingly, this question was asked.
We see some pictures on TV there.
Yeah, absolutely.
The tradition and people enjoying themselves within the hospitality sector.
Hospitality has to leverage on culture and tradition, okay? Because what makes you peculiar is your selling point. People don't want to leave what they are used to in the UK, for instance, in Canada, to come to Lagos and still see what, you cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. There is no how you can, impress a Canadian with a Canada-themed environment.
A copy.
Yes, you will always come up short. So what will interest them? Because what we sell in hospitality and tourism is interest, really. Interest. We sell interest. We need to capture their interests so that they can be repeat guests. What will bring them to Nigeria again will be the fact that the last time they came, they saw things of interest, things different from what they are used to. So our culture is what we leverage on in this business, the culture, the peculiarity. And you see, a lot of thoughts is going into the sector that people want to indigenize, the concepts from the designs of the hotels to the interior decor, to, even the service pattern. It has to reflect who we are, our identity, our core values. We are investing them back into the business of hospitality so that we can look a little different from what people are used to. So visitors who have gone to the world of Astoria, there's something they are used to in that environment. Then when they come to Nigeria and you are mimicking Waldorf, you only come up like a fake. There is no authenticity in that. So culture and tradition that we have here are potent leverages that we have in this sector to, break even, to make people want to repeat their visits in this country.
So there's no divorcing both of them.
No. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to even want to remove them. I visited last December. I'm from Mahimembano local government area, and we have this cultural practice that we call Iwa Akwa, which is an initiation into the cult of manhood. All right. So we had that in December, and I had my cousins come all the way from United Kingdom. My cousin had never been to Nigeria for the past 10 years, visited just last December with his family. For the first time, those children were coming to Nigeria, and they were shepherded to our market square where they saw the masquerades and all that, and they were highly excited. I have another cousin that came all the way from Germany with his family, and the pictures that have been flying on social media is such that will show you how interested these children are, how invested they are. And I bet you, Valentine, that next time we'll be having such activity, these children on their own will want to come back. Recall that we have a very viable and boisterous diaspora population. You cannot lure them back to Africa by showing them sights and sounds that are already used to. No, that won't work. You got to show them something different. Remember again that young people now are becoming very, very impressionable.
On the go with their phone.
Absolutely. So as they are at the market square, they are live streaming to their friends back in Canada, back in Germany. And they're telling them they're having mad fun. And already there's subscription for people in Canada who wants to be part of this activity the next time it happens.
Next time it happens. because of time, I have to jump into. I'm enjoying the fact that part of the culture, the cultural area, you have to expand it. It gives those back home to give them that understanding that for what it is, that hospitality sector is quite important.
Absolutely.
Before we go very quickly, we know there are challenges in all sectors.
True.
But in this sector, what would you say is the key challenge that is holding back the hospitality sector, holding it back from its true potential, achieving that which it wants to achieve to move to the next level in less than a minute?
Telling the Nigerian story. That is what is amiss right now. We want to tell all negative about this country, and that will not, augur well for us, right? Because people who want to visit need to hear from me what is happening here. And if all I tell them is negatives, it will change their understanding of what this place looks like, and naturally they won't want to come here. So what we need is to expand and highlight the positives. I like what Business Day is doing, right, through your show. We need to let the story out. Nobody can tell my story better than I do. Nobody can tell the Nigerian story better than Nigerians, particularly the good ones. Yes, we have bad eggs in our midst, but there are people doing great things. There are fantastic things happening. If you attend the Ojude Oba, you will know that it's full of color and light. If you attend the Doba, you know there is no such thing like it anywhere in the world. So there are beautiful things happening in Nigeria. Why can't we just highlight them to the world to see? Right. So that is the aspect we all should be invested in to drive this business.
Invested to drive this business. Those back home who watching you, I'm so excited with this, but those of you back home watching will understand that every sector is important, every industry adds a lot of value, but the hospitality sector is quite key when it comes to marketing Nigeria and marketing it very well. Like you heard our guest, Mr. Nathan, spoke about the culture and tourism. Without hospitality, it would be difficult. By the way, when people come to enjoy culture and everything, where would they sleep? They have to sleep in hotels.
Absolutely.
So that kind of finds a way to boost the hotel business.
Yes. They are in the same value chain.
Right. Same value chain. All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we have Deal or No Deal. That will do in less than 3 minutes. Our guest is standing by, Mr. Nathan. He's right here. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back. Deal or No Deal. In this year, a lot has already happened, but let's jump into this. It says, earlier this year, Nigeria's hospitality sector anticipated growth within its industry, use that word. But again, they say that 3,700 new hotel rooms are expected to join before 2029, says federal government, signaling recovery despite past economic, uncertainties, while the federal government most definitely focuses on training, certifications, and tackling issues like taxation and insecurity, although some regulatory enforcement activities were temporarily suspended. I'll leave that. The big question now is this a deal or no deal, right, for us? Mr. Nathan, I throw it back to you. They say before, 2029, we'll see more hotel rooms and more hotels coming up. Is it a good deal moving forward, or is it no deal?
I will shoot straight and tell you it's a good deal.
Why is it?
I even think the projection is somewhat cautionary in its optimism, because sitting right here in this your studio, we are directly involved in delivering about 180 rooms before the end of this year alone.
180.
Yes, and there are very bigger, more active consultants everywhere in Nigeria who are doing great things.
That's what join your sector. Right.
I'll be pleased to have you, my brother. So if in our own little way, we are thinking of adding about 160, 170 rooms before the end of 2026. Right. I mean, come on, there are bigger players in this industry than us who are looking at figures higher than us, twice, 3 times what we're doing. That number, that figure, it will be a far cry from what the reality will look like by that time. So it's a deal because there is need for an expansion in this industry. There is need for more investors to come in. There is need for more players to have hands-on deck approach to the business. And yes, the more, in this case, the merrier. Because we can't get too much of investment. What we can have is too little of investment.
The more, the merrier. That's the pattern was from you. We want to appreciate for coming through. I was going to ask what you're working on already. You've told us already what you're working on already.
That's right.
The projects, stuff you're working on. So
True.
Fantastic. But very before we go, are you on social media?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, what's the social media handle?
Okay, Kopia, personal, my Facebook is Anile Nathan.
Okay, fantastic.
So on Anile Nathan, I communicate everything. Yeah.
Fantastic. But thanks so much for taking time to
The
come to
pleasure
our
is
studio.
mine. The pleasure is mine.
And we've been in a hurry right because of time, but we still also want to thank you. It says a deal for them to follow through with that.
Absolutely.
3,700 more rooms.
Absolutely.
We'll do a part 2 of this, most definitely.
And I'll be waiting.
Thank you so much.
The pleasure
All
is
right,
mine.
those at home, it has been wonderful. Like I did say, we'll do a part 2 when the time comes. With this, now you have an idea. If you really want to get into the hospitality sector and industry, here is the place to get all your information that you need. Until next week, Tuesday, stay strong. Keep your money where it should be and invest properly. Right here. Onyeka Valentine is my name. It has been wonderful. Business Day still continues. Don't go away. Be right back.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a Business Day Television Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira closes midweek at 1,423 to a dollar officially as part of the market hits 1,486 Naira per dollar. And tight monetary policy caught Nigeria's inflation by 10 percentage points, says Cardozo. NGX Exchange traded funds to invest in 2026. A federal government to pilot communal ranches in Adamawa, Benue, FCT, and 3 other states. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. The Naira closed the midweek trading session at 1,423 Naira to $1 at the official foreign exchange market, extending a mixed performance that contrasts sharply with sustained weakness in the parallel market. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows that while the official market remains relatively stable, pressures persist outside the regulated window. The gap between both FX windows has narrowed slightly but remains wide, demonstrating ongoing market reforms and structural constraints in Nigeria's currency market. Our Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira traded at 1,420 Naira 0.5 to $1 on Monday, strengthened marginally to 1,420 Naira to $1 on Tuesday, before depreciating to 1,423 to $1 on Wednesday. The data indicates that while official rates show some convergence, the parallel market continues to experience intense foreign exchange demand. And now moving on, Nigeria's sustained monetary tightening has played a central role in inflation, with research estimates showing that the Central Bank of Nigeria's policy stance accounted for as much as 10 percentage points of the decline in the headline inflation. Now, this was revealed by the CBN Governor and Monetary Policy Committee Chairman Olayemi Cardozo, describing it as strong counterfactual evidence of the effectiveness of monetary policy despite significant domestic and global headwinds. In his words, the outcome reinforces the need for bold, consistent actions to preserve price stability. The CBN governor noted that the disinflation has been broad-based, cutting across headline food and core inflation, with momentum strengthening in recent months. According to him, the slowdown reflects reduced foreign exchange volatility, erasing food prices, and better anchored inflation expectations, supported by a relatively stronger Naira. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Exchange Traded Fund market continued its upward trajectory in 2025, building on a strong showing in 2024. According to the SEC valuation reports of January 3 and December 24, 2025, the total net asset value of all ETFs rose from 12.77 billion naira in 2024 across 11 funds to 18.08 billion naira in 2025, with 12 ETFs, and marking a 41.7% increase in total market value. Now, while the average yield dipped modestly from 53% in 2024 to 48% in 2025, the overall expansion in assets under management points to growing investor interest and confidence. ETFs are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where their shares are bought or sold like individual stocks. And coming up, federal government to pilot communal ranches in Adamawa, Benue, FCT, 3 other states. Listen more after the short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
still watching the Midday Bulletin this afternoon here on Business Day Television News. Now, the federal government has announced plans to pilot national communal ranches in Adamawa, Benue, Kaduna, Kano, Plateau, and the Federal Capital Territory. The announcement was contained in a press release issued by the presidency on Wednesday. Minister of Livestock Development Idi Mokhtar Meha revealed the plan during a meeting with the Irrigate Livestock Feed and Nutrition Project team. According to reports, the communal ranches are part of a broader effort to modernize livestock production, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and improve productivity. The initiative will prioritize climate-smart feeding systems, emphasizing a shift from high-fiber feeds to protein-rich, climate-resilient alternatives, while the federal government noted that the intervention aims to strengthen food security, increase milk production, create jobs, and ensure sustainable livestock management. Now, away from that story, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has begun enforcing the ban on the production and sale of alcohol in sachet and PET bottles below 200 ml. The Director General of NAFDAC, Mojisola Adeyeye, revealed this at a media briefing organized by the agency on Wednesday in Lagos. NAFDAC had on November 11, 2025 announced plans to enforce a total ban on such products by December 2025, in line with a directive from the Senate, while enforcement was initially halted after the federal government called for an immediate suspension of all actions and measures related to the proposed ban, pending consultations and a final directive. At the ASA, the agency has now received a marching order from the Senate to proceed, and enforcement has already commenced, explaining that the ban aims to safeguard public health and protect vulnerable populations, particularly children, adolescents, and young adults, from the harmful use of alcohol. And also, the Central Bank of Nigeria saw strong demand for the Nigerian Treasury bills of 3.44 trillion naira at the primary auction on Wednesday, far exceeding its offer and the highest since December 2024, as investors locked in on high returns. According to reports, the CBN put up a total offer of 1.15 trillion naira across the three maturities at the primary market auction on Wednesday, including 150 billion naira worth for the 91-day, and 200 billion naira for the 182-day, and 800 billion naira for the 364-day tenor. Investors showed the largest interest in 364-day bill, with demand 4 times the size of its offer, while the CBN only sold 1.06 trillion naira worth among all three maturities. The last time demands were this strong was on December 4, 2024, when investors' demands crossed 5 trillion naira during peak inflationary and high interest environments. And now to end the local news, Nigerian troops have rescued 62 hostages, killing 2 militants in separate operations across Kebbi and Zamfara states as part of an ongoing offensive against armed groups in the Northwest. The Northwest has been hit by a surge in mass kidnappings carried out by armed gangs operating from forest hideouts, attacking villages, schools, and the places of worship, including the January 18 abduction of more than 160 worshippers from 2 churches in Kaduna. Army spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Olani Oshoba said troops stormed a known bandit hideout in Zamfara after receiving reports that captives were being held there. The army said all 62 hostages were rescued and are in safe custody, with efforts underway to reunite them with their families. And coming up, Ghana's poverty index declines amid household improvement. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to Midday Bulletin, and I'm moving on to Africa. Ghana said it had made progress in curbing poverty amid an improvement in households' conditions of nutrition and education, while inequality remained a persistent problem. A multidimensional poverty index for the West African nation reportedly declined to 21.9% at the end of the third quarter of last year from 24.9% in the final quarter of 2024. Still leaving around 7 million people in poverty, it said roughly 1 million less than at the end of 2024. And Ghana's statistical agency revealed that lack of nutrition improved to 10.6% in the 3 months through September 2025, down from 13.3% from the same period the year before, while schooling lag dropped to 3.9% from 15.3%. The measure tracked worsening states of living, employment, health, and education using 13 indicators different from monetary poverty, which measures the proportion of the population living on less than $1 a day. And also the European Union has pledged £557 million in humanitarian assistance for Nigeria and other African countries as part of its £1.9 billion aid budget for 2026. The EU's delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS confirmed on Wednesday that a portion of the funding will be directed to Nigeria's northwest region, and which has faced ongoing security and humanitarian challenges. And Haja Labib, a European Commissioner for Equality, Preparedness and Crisis Management, announced a commitment at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, emphasizing the EU's role as the world's largest humanitarian donor, saying Europe was taking political responsibility for the global crisis. Now, the EU has also set aside £14.6 million for North Africa to address complex political, economic, and social challenges in the region. And according to reports, more than €415 million has been reserved for responding to sudden onset emergencies worldwide and maintaining a strategic supply chain for humanitarian operations. And now moving on to the foreign scene. The European Parliament is suspending the approval of a key U.S. trade deal agreed in July in protest against Donald Trump's demand to take over Greenland. The suspension was announced in Strasbourg, France on Wednesday as the U.S. president addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos. Now the move followed renewed trade tensions between the U.S. and Europe, sparked by Trump's bid to acquire Greenland, which had rattled financial markets, reviving talk of a trade war and the possibility of retaliation against the U.S. And hours later, Trump revealed that he had reached a framework deal on Greenland's future and would not carry out threats to put new tariffs on 8 NATO members. And trade tensions between the U.S. and Europe, however, eased since the two sides struck a deal at Trump's Tilbury Golf Course in Scotland in July. And also Kuwait has rolled out a new set of immigration reforms that change how long residents can stay, renew permits, and move from short-term visits to long-term residence. According to reports, the changes are aimed to reducing paperwork, clarifying rules, and limiting repeated visits to immigration offices. The reforms affect residency duration, visas, conversion rules, passport requirements, and visa freeze, marking a shift towards longer stays. Now, with the development, investors can now qualify for residence permit valid for up to 15 years, while children of Kuwait, women, and property owners can receive permits lasting up to 10 years. I will bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're still watching the Big Day Bulletin, and I'm moving on to sports news. The Confederation of African Football has fined the Algerian Football Federation $100,000 fine, imposing player suspensions following disciplinary breaches that marred Algeria's 2025 African Cup of Nations quarterfinal clash against Nigeria. The sanctions followed a detailed disciplinary review of incidents that occurred during and after the match, which was played on January 10, 2026 out of 2025 AFCON. And CAF confirmed that Algerian goalkeeper Lucas Zidane and defender Rafik Begali have been suspended for their roles in the post-match disturbances. Now Zidane received a 2-match ban, while Begali was handed a 4-match suspension with 2 of those matches suspended. Now, both sanctions will be served during the qualifiers for the 2027 AFCON, as Algeria also lost a 2-0 after second half goals from Victor Osimhen and Ako Adams. And also in the news, Arsenal teenager Ethan Nwaneri is set to join a French club Marseille on loan for the remainder of the season. According to reports, the England under-21 international has already agreed on personal terms with the League One side. The 18-year-old has made just 12 appearances for Arsenal across all competitions this season, starting 4 games but none in the Premier League and scoring once in the Carabao Cup. Nwaneri, who signed a new contract in the summer and running until 2030, has seen his pathway to the first team limited by the arrivals of Noni Madueke and Eberechi Eze. The loan move to Marseille reportedly offers him the chance to gain valuable first-team experience while continuing his development. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Des.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
and it is my greatest delight to welcome you to today's webinar. Well, for today, it's really very exciting because this is something that I have had first-hand experience on. We're going to be talking on the theme, digital payments for SMEs. Well, right about now, before we move further, I'd like you to, if you're connected with us right now, go to the chat board, introduce yourself, tell us your name, and tell us what you do. And we'll be glad to meet you up out there. So as I was saying, our theme for today is digital payments for SMEs. Now, this is not just a topic that's timely, it's a topic that's really, really absolutely essential for the growth of businesses, to build customer experiences, to navigate new markets, and also grow sales. Very, very important. And we all know that small businesses are actually the backbone of any economy. And the growing number of entrepreneurs, keeps surging day in, day out. And one of the most important things that actually comes to the mind of these entrepreneurs is how can we leverage technology? How can we leverage this digital payment solutions, to further help our business processes and also to navigate the ever-growing digital world we are in today. Well, I'm not here alone. I'm joined by seasoned professionals from all walks related to our theme for today. And I'm so delighted to welcome each and every one of them. So we'll be unpacking why you need it for your business, why you need to integrate some of these digital payments into your systems and into your businesses, as well as we'll be sharing on the challenges as well. While it's very, very important that we keep note of those states. So get ready for an impactful session. So like I said, do not forget to introduce yourself in the chat board. Let us know you're here. Tell us your name and what you do or where you're reaching us from. Welcome again to the SME Clinic. Theme for today is digital payments for SMEs. All right, now it's time for us to introduce our speakers for today, and I'm super excited. So on the first introduction for today, we've got an amazing seasoned fintech and payments leader with over 8 years of experience driving growth, partnerships, and cross-border payment solutions across Africa. Now, she currently serves as the Senior Growth Lead at BusinessDay, where she manages enterprise partnerships and oversees over $80 million in monthly FX transactions. Isn't that fantastic? Well, with expertise spanning across remittances, payment infrastructure, B2B enterprise sales, this woman, Mary Jane Okpala, has helped scale pipelines, close high-value deals, delivered innovative payment solutions across industries. She's a trusted voice in fintech growth and strategy. She's passionate about enabling seamless financial access and building infrastructure that powers Africa's digital economy. It is my greatest honor, my greatest delight to introduce to you our viewers today, the amazing, the fantastic Mary Jane Okpala. I could literally tell the smile on her face whilst I was making the introduction. Please say hello to our viewers today.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on here today. Thank you so much, Happiness, for that introduction. That was beautiful.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sure we're going to have an amazing time. Well, following up next, a very fantastic, distinguished Pan-African business leader. He has carved a formidable niche at the intersection of digital infrastructure, financial services, and even social impact. Now, he currently serves as the Sales Manager, West Africa, Digital Infrastructure and Managed Services at Interswitch. He has led regional expansion efforts that have scaled, secure, efficient, and inclusive digital technology solutions across multiple African markets. Now, his leadership has enabled the successful deployment of core digital payment systems across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Zambia, and beyond. Well, his initiatives continue to redefine the technological foundation of Africa's payment ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, if it isn't should I call him a multi-border, a multi-border professional, please let's make a welcome as we introduce Chizorum Amagu. Chizorum, please say hello.
Hello, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. So you see, when we said that the lineup is fire, we meant it. Well, following up next is our next speaker. He is a seasoned financial services executive with over 18 years. You know, we always say the older, the finer and better it gets, right? Not just with wine, with experience as well. Well, he is an experienced financial services executive with over 18 years providing digital payment services across Africa. As Senior Director for Sub-Saharan Africa at a global payments company listed on the London Stock Exchange. Now, he drives market strategy and partnerships. Also, he supports regulatory engagements across the diverse markets. His experience spans 3 Pan-African banks, a Pan-African card scheme, and a global digital lender. Fantastic. Well, he also holds an executive MBA from the Lagos Business School and an international business degree from the United States International University, the USIU, in Nairobi. He has been certified as Project Management Professional, PMP, since 2014 and holds a few Six Sigma certifications. Woohoo, somebody say fire. Well, Mr. Ganiyu mentors fintech founders, technology sales and partnership experts, helping shape the continent's next generation of change makers through dynamic leadership and deep market insights. He continues work with others to redefine how Africa transacts, connects, and builds our future. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Please, we introduce to you right now the amazing Ganiyu Odewale. Hello, sir.
Yes. Hi, Happiness. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I couldn't believe you're talking about me.
Of course. So good to have you here. Well. Moving on is another phenomenal woman. She is a visionary media entrepreneur, certified digital marketer, and social impact advocate, very passionate about using storytelling to drive change. Now, she has delivered 150 plus successful projects and produced over 1,000 videos. Hear that again, 1,000 videos, amassing 20 million plus views and 50K plus online engagements. With a background in marketing, acting, and filmmaking, her work bridges creativity and strategy. She has starred in award-winning films, led campaigns that impacted 500,000 plus people, and partnered with 20 plus organizations to promote sustainable development. Well, in 2015, she started the Students Meet Graduate Project with the goal of preparing outgoing secondary students for undergraduate life. Now, this initiative has benefited over 1,500 secondary school students across various Nigerian states. Wow. She's also an alumna of Covenant University, New York Film Academy, University of Liverpool, and Mount Zion Film Institute. Abiola is currently earning her master's in marketing and sales at the Rome Business School. In 2025, she launched Bray Max Media Limited and her bold vision for reshaping Africa's media and brand landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't phenomenal, I don't know what else is. Please put your hands together for Abiola Jinadu Matthew.
Hey, Happiness, thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Fantastic.
Here.
Fantastic. I mean, I can literally feel the fire already. I can feel the excitement. I'm so excited because I know we've packed speakers right now. And so it's going to be a power-packed session. So thank you once again for joining us right now. So without further ado, let's move on. You know, it's a very, very particular topic to SMEs, very, very crucial. I mean, we're seeing a fast surge of payment solutions, you know, keep coming out. And in fact, after the cashless policy, you know, being enacted by the CBN and, you know, the COVID era, you know, so many businesses have had no choice, you know, than to transit into the digital, actually seamlessly integrating and accepting these digital payment solutions. So, and that will be, drums roll, who would that be? Okay, so our viewers, ensure that you keep the chat, but if you haven't introduced yourself yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. I want to know where from. Drop your location as well, okay? Please let's make welcome. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Over to you now. Okay, did everybody hear me clearly? Okay, so I was saying right now we're going to be handing over to Chizarum Amagu to take on the first segment. Please, you have the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be sharing now. Give me a minute to do this. Please let me know once my screen is visible so I can go on. Okay, so thank you very much once again, Happiness, and welcome to everybody who is joining us online, and to my fellow panelists and contributors. Welcome. Your profile is very encouraging. Thank you so much. So I'll be taking us through digital payments for SMEs as a whole, and I'll be touching through about 7 key points. I'll look at Africa in general, as to how it's leading the global economy. I'll take us through payments. I'll go through some examples of digital payment systems. I'll also highlight a few things around why we must take the switch seriously to global digital payments. How do we choose the right digital solutions for our business, the future of digital payments, and also just take us through a case study around, an SME who has employed digital technology to, amass growth. So Africa is set to be the next powerhouse of the global economy. And if you look at what is driving that growth and what is driving, the sense of increment in terms of contribution to global economy, is really around the SMEs. The SMEs is fueling Africa's economy. Across Africa, there are about 125 million SMEs, right? 125 million SMEs, and that really speaks to how entrepreneurial Africans are by nature. But aside the number, let's look at the impact of SMEs in Africa today. They contribute about 50% of our GDP in Africa. To send that home, what this means is that the SMEs contribute 50% of the wealth that is generated in Africa today, right? They employ about 80% of our workforce, meaning that 8 in every 10 people that is working in Africa today is either employed in or working with an SME. And in terms of the number of enterprises and the reach in terms of company-based data in Africa, 90 to 95% of enterprises of businesses today are SMEs. So we can really see from this impact that SMEs are truly driving development and growth, in Africa and taking Africa globally. However, this is also very keen to see that in as much as SMEs is driving this growth, what is driving the SMEs in itself, right? From my perspective and from my years of experience, I would say payment is really the core growth indicator for SMEs. Once you're able to receive payments, once you're able to make payments, that means you're able to survive as a business. It means you're able to, grow your customer base. It means you're able to expand into more locations, as it were. So payment is really the lifeblood of businesses across board. It enables you to grow, enables you to trade, it enables you to expand the customer base. If you're a trader in Nigeria or in Lagos, you're able to offer your services to people in Uganda, in Nairobi, in the UK, right? All because you're able to accept payments, right? And when we're talking about payment acceptance, you can't do this if you are still stuck to traditional method of cash collection. You need to be able to grow, to be able to, amass the advantages that comes with cross-border payments. It also gives you this visibility factor as a business where you're trying to grow your dependency, you're trying to grow your visibility, you're trying to access finance, you're trying to get, investors. Having digital payment infrastructure in place gives you track, gives you records, gives you a reference point to fall back on even with this journey. So examples of digital payment systems that we have today, right? We have the very common ones, termed mobile banking transfers. This is basically a direct transfer from a customer's bank account to your bank account as a business. Let's take, for instance, you are a store in Surulere and you sell maybe food, right? Basically, you sell food and customers transfer monies to you using the mobile app. We also have the point of sale terminal, which is basically accepting debit card or credit card. This is typically for customers who have in-store presence or where they are able to give a payment device to a dispatch rider to deliver a particular product or a service. We also have payment links. These are basically payment links that are generated by either a fintech or a financial institution that vendors or SMEs can send to their customers, which is now laced with card payment or transfer payments, right? But for payment links, you do not have to be in the same location. You don't have to be in the same vicinity for that to happen, unlike the POS service. We also have the payment gateway, which is primarily designed for SMEs or companies who offer online services or have e-commerce stores, right? Then finally, we have one of the most common used payments methods, which is payment by card, whether your Verve card, your Visa card, or your MasterCard. So these are all forms of digital payments, right? This is not an exhaustive list. We have the e-wallets, we have the mobile money, depending on what part of Africa you're watching from. So this is just to say we have an array of solutions when it comes to digital payments, right? You may be asking today, why do I have to offer digital payments? Today I'm a business and my customers pay me with cash and I'm fine with it. My business is doing well. Why do I have to make this switch to digital payments? First of all, you need to understand that customers want convenience, and most times customer convenience would equate to more sales. Think of yourself as a buyer. You walk into a store and you have your debit card in your hand and you're trying to purchase something, and the representative is saying to you, you can only make payments with cash. And I tell to them, I want to buy and I have my card. Why do I have to pay cash, right? You might lose that sale. So it's very important that we are able to provide convenience to our customers. And most often than not, customers prefer when you provide them with multiple options for payments so they're able to choose. And like I said, once a customer feels convenient, once they're convenient, it equates to more sales. Digital payment also helps you to build trust and credibility, right? With digital payment, you're able to issue receipts. You're able to confirm payment. You're able to send confirmations to your customers to say, oh, I received your money. Even aside that, let's take, for instance, that you are an Instagram vendor and you have your payment link on your bio, where customers can click and make payments, right? Once they follow the link, they get to a landing page at checkout, and then they see powered by either Paystack, powered by Flutterwave, powered by InterSwitch. That gives them additional level of trust to say, oh, these companies have actually vetted that this business is genuine. Like, that builds your credibility, that builds trust with your customer, and also might equate to repeat sale for you. It gives you access to finance and growth. With digital payments, you leave with you digital records, you leave digital reels that financial institutions can verify when they want to qualify you for loans, for grants, for investment, for partnerships, right? Every payment that is done digitally leaves you a trail or a digital footprint where, these institutions can verify and use in qualifying you for even, finance or growth opportunities for you. You're also able to make data-driven decisions once you're onboarded on a digital platform. And this is because with digital payment system comes data. You're able to spotlight when during the day your customers are making the most purchases. You're able to spotlight what particular solutions or what particular products are selling the most, what your customers are interested in. With this data, you can now start to make smarter decisions when it comes to choosing inventory, when it comes to choosing your staff, training opportunities that will help you grow your business, right? Also, it also speaks to cross-border growth. You're now able to sell across various geographical locations, not just focusing on your particular solution, meaning that as a clothes vendor, you sell clothes, customers in UK can now purchase from your service. So how do you choose your right digital solution for you? First of all, you need to understand what your business needs. Are you an e-commerce business? Are you an on-prem solution provider where your customers need to come to you? Depending on your business model, you can now make decisions as to what's the best solution would work for you. Do you want to offer solutions to customers outside your vicinity? You also have to evaluate your customers' preferences. In looking at your target audience, what would they prefer? If you're serving a student-based target, for instance, you would know they want to pay with their cards. They want to be able to come to your store to look at what they want to buy. If you're serving a high-end network customer base, they are more concerned about how credible you are and how trustworthy you are. So you're looking at using payment gateways that are vetted and trusted, right? You're also going to be checking for how easy is it to integrate these solutions to your existing systems, to your WhatsApp shops, to your POS system, to your website. How easy is it for me to integrate payment solutions to my existing solution? Because you do not want to, create more churn areas where customers are leaving because your systems don't work. Lastly, you want to be able to compare cost and fees. You don't want to take on solutions that have hidden costs, hidden charges, setup costs that you're not privy to. You want to ensure that your costs that is being explained to you is what exactly it is, and you can afford it for the long run. Look at how settlement timelines. When do you get your money? Within 24 hours, within a week, within a month? All those things are really, really important. Right? What's the future for digital payments across the board, right? Where do we see payments going to, and how can SMEs take charge? We've seen systems move from trade by barter to cash to cards. What we are seeing now is money itself being transformed. We're not having digital currencies. Nigeria onboarded or announced the e-Naira. We're seeing the same thing happening in China. How are you positioning yourself for the future of payments? Tokenization, people want to pay with their wearables. They want to pay with their phones. They want to pay with their smart watches. They want to pay with their cars, right? How are we enabling ourselves in terms of infrastructure, in terms of knowledge, to apply these new payment forms to our existing structure. Then we'll talk about embedded finance, where you're able to offer additional value at the point of payment. You want to give your customers access to finance, to loans. You want to give them access to insurance. You want to cross-sell, right? How do we embed new solutions at the point of payment? So you are cross-selling, and you're also making additional revenue for your customers while giving them more options and reason to come back to you, right? This is a quick case study around Childek and Omoke Oge, right? Omoke Oge started her business as a small business owner in Pedro, right, with 200,000, right? And she was able to grow steadily, opening her first batch in 2015 and then expanding into about 7 locations in 2023. And then Childek came and then she, latched onto it. She was able to explore that digital infrastructure from logistics to payment and the likes. In mid-2025, according to Childek's data, Amoke Oge had delivered over 500,000 meals, right? And had an estimated revenue of about 2.3 billion naira, right? This is something she could not have achieved if she had focused on her regular business model, which is to sit, within the confines of her store and sell. She was able to latch up on digital infrastructure, payments, logistics, and the likes to grow her business. So this is what is possible when we open our minds to more digital and payment infrastructures and solutions within our businesses, right? The big picture for me here is to look at where we are today as an SME, recognize our power as a building force for Africa solutions, and also recognize that without payments, we can't have the impact that we so desire. And then looking at our current infrastructure to realize that what payment solution will work best for me and how can I scale. This brings me to the end of my presentation and open to take questions and answer any inquiry that they may have. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. Thank you so much, Chizurum Amagu, for that precise, very apt presentation. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. And I also love the fact that you actually highlighted the successful story of Amoke, because it's one of those very typical story, of one of the businesses that has actually embraced digital payment solutions. I mean, think about it. She sells amala. I mean, this abula that we know in Nigeria. Oh, no. I mean, this is something that people say, oh, amala, how would I, how do I think of integrating, digital payment solution, or even transforming my business digitally? I only sell amala. But this is a woman. Amoke is a clear example. So I must say, no business is too small for digital transformation or for integrating digital payment solutions. And I think the word indeed small, when you say small and medium enterprises, it's in its own way a bane itself, because it makes some of them think, oh, because I'm a small business, I should remain small, I shouldn't think digital expansion. But this highlighting the story of Amoke is just quite profound. So thank you so much, Chizurum Amago, for that awesome session. But I'm sure some entrepreneurs watching us right now will be thinking, what's the next step for me? I mean, you've highlighted already, okay, knowing the payment solution, but there's a whole lot. I mean, there are a whole lot of payment solutions out there. So can you give us again a clear roadmap to helping an entrepreneur joining us today on how to pick out that precise, or let's say maybe this entrepreneur has never transformed his business digitally, or maybe has transformed using social media platforms, but now he's now thinking of including payment solutions, digital payment solutions. So what is your advice to such a person that is just starting out? Please share. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Happiness. Really, first of all, you have to understand the kind of business that you are in, right? So are you an on-prem business, right? Meaning that you have a physical store and you want your customers to come into your store to buy. So for instance, that would be if you sell beauty solutions or beauty products that people want to try out before they buy, right? Is that your business model? Or are you an e-commerce business where you do not have to have a physical store? You can sell from your Instagram page, you can have a website. Also looking at your customer base, where are they and what do they prefer, right? Once you understand the kind of business that you have and then the kind of customers that you want to serve, that helps you in choosing the best digital payment solution. So if you have a physical business, you definitely would want to have a POS machine, because it means that people want to come to your store and they'll most likely be making payments with their cards, right? You want to have access, you want them to have access to mobile app payment. They're able to make transfers on the spot, right? If you have an e-commerce business or you have an online business, you must take cognizance of that fact that you might need a payment gateway, meaning that on your website, customers can make payments directly without the need to provide you with cash or the need to slot their card into a particular POS machine, right? Also, what your customers prefer, right? You also need to put in place convenience for your customers, because most times in sales, more convenience would equal more sales, right? So you have to address all of these deterrent and also now make an informed decision. Also looking at costs. Cost is also very important, right? And looking at how easy it is to integrate these solutions to your existing systems. So these are some of the key things that you need to look out for when you're choosing, a digital payment solution for an SME.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chizarim, for answering that question. So to our viewers, I'm sure you've learned a lot. You've received a whole lot of insights from Chizarim Amaga's session. If you have questions regarding several of the things that he has touched on, please kindly drop your questions in the chat box. I'm sure our speakers will be most delighted to take on your questions. So, Chizarim, please stay put. I'm coming right back to you in a moment. I'd like to take our next speaker right now, our seasoned phenomenal woman. I'll be kicking off with the amazing and fantastic Mary Jane Okpala, our seasoned fintech and payments leader over the years. Please share with us your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I would be going. Okay, great. I would be sharing my screen in a bit. Give me a minute. Let me pull that up. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Not yet.
Give me a minute.
So our viewers, you can kindly go ahead and drop your questions. Now is the time to drop your questions so we can compile them and see how much of your questions we can attend to today. Okay, Mary Jane, over to you.
Please confirm if you can see my screen now.
Clearly, we can see it clearly.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, my amiable speakers. My name is Mary Jane Okpala, a seasoned senior grade lead here at BusinessDay, and I would like to begin by, asking a question that I know is something that we may all be able to relate to, right? And my question is, as an SME, how many of us has ever lost a customer just because we couldn't accept the payment method they wanted to use? Maybe the customer didn't have cash, maybe your POS wasn't working, or your bank transfers didn't reflect immediately and you needed to, go call on the manager to come confirm the payments. At the end of the day, the truth is most customers are looking out for speed. Most customers are looking out for trust. Most customers are looking for convenience. And that is pretty much why digital payments are no longer an option for SMEs. They are basically the lifeline for growth. As an SME, you must be able to accept digital payments. You don't want a situation where your customers come, they're not able to pay because your payment method wasn't conducive for them. And you may ask why digital payment matters. Why does it matter to you as an SME? Why is it important for you to, right? I would like to say that there are 4 key ways in which digital payment matters for your business. So one is the reach of customers, right? Once you begin to accept digital payments, you're no longer limited to just walk-ins. You can sell across cities, you can sell across countries. You could be in Nigeria and sell to people in China, sell to people in UK, sell to people in Canada. 2 is convenience, right? Customers no longer want the stress of having to carry cash, all thanks to COVID, when the world at large realized, we could do digital payments. People needed to buy things and they needed to pay, right? You want to be able to give your customers as many options as possible. 3 would be trust and professionalism. When you have structured payment channels, your customers tend to take you more seriously. So imagine this: you reach out to a vendor on Instagram, you say you want to buy something, and then they send you the account number, but it's not in their business name, it's in their personal name. There is a mindset you begin to subconsciously have about that business that says they don't seem structured, they don't seem organized, as a business, while using a personal name. It erodes trust. But when you reach out to a vendor on Instagram and then they send you the business name, or they send you the account number in the business name, you begin to see the business as, oh, they have some sort of structure, they are quite organized, and it builds trust, because then you're not being robbed, you're sending to a proper business, right? 4 is better records. I like to reiterate that for every digital transaction, there is a trace. Every transaction is traceable, right? Every transaction comes with a reference number. It helps make your bookkeeping easier. It gives you good insights for growth, and basically helps your book to be tidy. Now, what are some of the payment options available for SMEs? There are so many payment options for SMEs. But in Nigeria here, what are the payment methods predominantly used? We have bank transfers, which is the major, or would I say it's the major, but yeah, it's most acceptable. Bank transfers and USSD codes, where you get to input your account number, you get to insert your bank, and then you make your transfers. Same thing for USSD codes. USSD codes are the codes assigned to your designated bank. So say, for example, a GT Bank, the *737* your account number amount is a USSD code. You want to pay bills, you want to recharge your phones, the codes assigned to various banks, those are what we refer to as USSD codes, which is also one of the predominant payment methods here in Nigeria. Then there is POS terminals, which is the one we see everywhere, where you have some POS devices, you take your debit card, you go to the store, they debit your card for the certain amount you want. Then there is the mobile wallets. Mobile wallets acceptable in places like Ghana, in places like Kenya. And for mobile wallets, we're talking MTN, Momo, Airtel, Tigo, amongst the various many other mobile wallets options that are available. 4 would be payment links and QR codes, which I think it's also a good payment method that has become acceptable here in Nigeria. Payment links, QR codes, where your customers can just scan to make payments. And these are fantastic for online vendors, for Instagram vendors, WhatsApp sellers, where you get to send a link to your customers and they pay directly using that link. Now, for payment links, you can add code your payment links such that you've inserted the exact amount due to a particular customer, and that customer doesn't have to impute amount. All they need to do is make the payment directly, as the amount has already been imputed. That also helps your business to, know, or help you as a business owner to know who made what payments and what they paid for. Fifth is e-commerce gateways. This is for businesses who have websites. You're able to integrate a checkout solution like BotPay, or you consume their APIs to help you accept cards, to help you accept transfers, or even international payments. What are some of the benefits for what are some of, or before we go to benefits, I'd like to spotlight an SME who is also one of our customers today, NXXN campaign. This business started literally by accepting just bank transfers, but today with BotPay, they've been able to scale to accept payments from anywhere in the world, from their customers in Ghana, in Kenya, in Nigeria, cut across the various payment methods via the checkout options, via the bank transfers, via cards, via payment links. So as an SME, as a business owner, you want to be sure that you have various payment methods for your customers. You do not want a situation where a customer comes and they're unable to make payments, because you couldn't accept the payment method that they wanted. What are some of the benefits to SMEs? What would you say are some of the benefits as an SME for you to use digital payments? One would be faster payments, right? Which basically helps improve your cash flow. And digital payments just means that, your money is quick. You get it instantly. You don't have to wait days for you to reconcile the transfers, or even chase after customers that, have said, oh, I will send it later, and faster payments improve your cash flow. As an SME, you need cash flow. You need to pay your vendors. You need to pay your suppliers. And that really is the lifeline of any small business. Two is reduced risk, right? It helps keeps your business safer. Handling bulky cash can be very risky. You're talking miscounting of the cash. You're talking theft. You're talking staff pilfering. You are able to erode all of those things with digital payments. With digital payments, you don't have to worry yourself about somebody stealing your money. The money goes directly into your bank account, leaving less room for losses. It makes it easier for you to just track who made the payment, where the payment was sent to. Three would be access to credit. It helps you build a financial identity. As a business owner, you want to have a financial identity, and digital payments really just helps you, leaves a record, so that when banks or even fintech see your constant sales history, they are able to evaluate you for overdrafts, they're able to evaluate you for loans or even credit lines without needing complicated collaterals. There are a lot of fintechs today. There are a lot of loan houses that you can go to, and you don't have to go with the collateral. All they would request from you is your consistent sales history to show that you receive funds, you have good track record. Last but not the least, on benefits to SMEs will be the global opportunities, and this is really just expansion beyond borders, just like I had highlighted with one of the SMEs today in Nigeria that has grown significantly from where they started. And it just really reiterates that digital payments no longer is limited by geography. With the right platform, a customer in another city or even outside Nigeria can actually pay you without being here. As an SME, you're selling clothes, you're selling chin chin, you're selling zobo, you're selling bubbles or adires. You are able to get payment from your customers in different parts of the world. Some of the challenges that may arise as an SME with digital payment, which is some of the questions that you might have, would be, oh, the fees are high, there's fraud risk. Hey, it's important to know that for every challenge that arises with digital payment, there's also a solution. For high fees, you have the option to compare providers and choose effective ones that suit your business. There are a lot of payment providers out there that will charge you as less as 20 naira, as less as 50 naira, or even lesser depending on your transaction ticket size. So you want to compare and choose the one that best suits your business. Then we move on to fraud risk, right? As an SME, you are prone to fraud. The likelihood that somebody is going to scam your business or scam you or scam your customers is pretty high. So you want to ensure that you're using security tools, you're enabling two-factor authentication on your account, you're relying on fraud detection alerts from your providers. So most providers would offer you some fraud detection alert. You want to utilize that. You want to ensure that you are using that. You also want to ensure that your POS or even your gateway provider is PCI DSS compliant. And when you hear PCI DSS compliant, that really just means that they follow a global security standard that has been set out by the very big card schemes like Visa cards, like MasterCard, like Discover, to just ensure that the cardholder's details are safe and, reduces fraud. So in simple terms, you can say it's proof that the company basically handles secure payments, right? Or handles payments in a responsible and secure way that could help ensure that, the data is encrypted, access is controlled, systems are regularly tested for weakness, so you can think of it as like the gold standard for payment security. So you want to also select a partner that has been able to, acquire the PCI DSS compliance certificate. You're thinking data encryption, data protection, where they've encrypted your data stored and transmitted. You're thinking network security, firewalls, intrusion detection, access restrictions. You're also thinking access control, limiting who can see sensitive data, monitoring and testing, where they have to log, they have to do vulnerability scans, they have to do penetration testing, they have to do some good procedures and policies on staff training, incident response, audits, regular audit. So as a business, you want to look out for, as an SME, you want to look out for a provider that is PCI DSS compliant. So when you hear that, oh, this fintech or this payment processor is PCI DSS compliant, you can be rest assured that they've gone through the necessary level of global security standards. Then there's also customer resistance. As an SME, I'm sure that we might have come across some customers who will say, oh, I don't want to use this payment method. I'm not comfortable with it. Say, for example, the payment links. They tell you, oh, I'm not comfortable with it. It's on you as the SME, as the business owner, to educate them and let them know that, it's a safe and secure way. It's on you to show them how easy it is to use such a payment method. Then the predominant one that we are all pretty much conversant with would be the network downtimes or even failed transaction. As an SME, for those who have stores, working stores where you have to come in, you might experience downtime. Say, for example, if you're using the POS devices, the solution to that is just always ensure that you have backup channels ready. So if your predominant payment method is POS, you want to have bank transfer as an alternative. You want to have QR code as an alternative. You want to have payment links as an alternative, just so you don't lose deals, so you don't lose sales, right? And I'd like to leave us with a few things, which is, as an SME, you want to start small. You want to start today. You want to keep records, because keeping records is it cannot be overemphasized, right? And most importantly, choose a partner that wants to grow with you. A lot of partners out there, might be on the side of collecting payments, but as an SME, as a business, you want to ensure that when you're picking your payment provider, you want to pick one that is willing to grow with you, one that is willing to, highlight your business, show it to the world, understands your journey. And last but not least, I'd like to say that digital payments equals trust, equals growth, equals opportunity, right? You want to make sure that as a business, you are not just receiving money from your customers. You want to ensure that your customers are comfortable paying you. You want to ensure that you've built trust. And for every payment, it's really not just money in the bank, money that has come in. It's growth, it's proof of opportunity, it's proof of trust. And the earlier you embrace digital payment as an SME, the faster your business can grow, the faster your business can grow, can move beyond the world, can, scale across borders, and digital payments aren't just transactions. They are the passport that, will open your business to more opportunities out there, more investors, and more people to, see your business out there. So as a business owner, you want to look out for very specific things that I would summarize before I round up my speech, which is, you want to look out for a provider that is willing to grow with you. You want to look out for different payment methods that may be suitable for your business as a business owner. So if POS is expensive, you want to lean to bank transfers that may be cost incentive. You want to check out other payment methods that, you know, will be acceptable by your customers cut across the world. I like to say that SMEs have the potential to be the next big unicorn business if, you know, you're able to start your journey on digital payments and scale, you know, effectively using various digital payment options. So that will bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. I'll take your questions. Hi, Happiness. If you're speaking, you're muted.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mary Jane Opala, for that very insightful segment. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. And I also love the fact that you were able to make SMEs, make entrepreneurs see that digital payment solutions are not just, you know, the trend. They are actually growth engines. They are a way to scale your business. They're a way to grow your revenue. And it's not just growing your revenue, growing a whole lot, building trust, you know, giving your customers convenience. I always say this across the projects I work on. I say, as long as you are an SME, either you're in e-commerce, you're in retail, whatever sector you find yourself, you are a convenience store. So, which means you are basically just selling convenience to your customers. So it's going to be easier, it's going to be faster, it's going to be seamless. And we're talking payments, we're talking checking out. And, you know, I once worked on a project with a client, a fashion brand. And literally at a point in time, we had grown her followership. She was doing well on Instagram and several other platforms as well. And she basically at that point in time didn't see the need, you know, for having like a well-integrated payment checkout and all of that across all her touch points. And on her website, even after still having a website, she would still tell people to make payments manually and send screenshots. You know, all of those things were happening. And then along the way, she discovered that her staff was stealing from her. Why? Because she had no digital payment system in place, you know, to track all of these things. And then she got frustrated, and then we had to help her integrate these payment solutions into her business. And guess what? We discovered that within just a span of 4 to 7 months, her sales actually tripled. Her sales tripled. So I understand completely, coming from you as a senior growth lead, the importance of all that you have shared with us. But now my question to you is, bordering on the area of, you know, there's something called the diffusion of innovation, you know, whereby a particular novel idea that is new to a community or new to an economy is accepted. You know, there are still some people, we call them laggards, you know, they're usually like the last set of people to accept that this digital payment solution will help my business grow. So I just wanted to give them, answer the questions in their heart as regards to, do I really need this? Why must I use the digital payment solutions to grow my business? Please hammer on this again.
Okay, thank you so much. So to just answer your question, right? A lot of like you mentioned, the laggards that seem to be so against digital payment. See, I understand that for some of them it might be the worry of documentation.
Fake alerts, yeah.
Yes,
like
you know, fake alerts, or even getting the required CAC document registration. And that is why there is the mobile wallet option. With mobile wallet, you don't necessarily need so much documentations. With just your phone number, you're able to do transactions, right? As an SME, what digital payment will do for you is what the traditional can never do. You are talking increased sales. I would paint a very clear picture. Let's take an SME who sells bags, right? And you sell your bags for 20,000 naira. Now your staff, or rather, let's take a salon. A salon business is a better example. as a salon business, you make hairs, you do hairs, or you make your hairs for 10,000 naira. Your staff comes and says, "Oh, the customer paid 10,000 naira," whereas they've given your customer a higher price. But because you do not have a way to receive payments other than cash, your staff continues to steal from you. Now imagine a situation where you digitize all of your payment methods. Your customers directly have to send the payment to your account. Your pricing has been put there. You use an coded payment method that already shows the customer the amount they are to pay. Imagine what that would do for your business. Your sales is going to triple, reduce costs. It really just helps you, your administrative overhead errors compared to manual processing. Like, it helps you reduce you didn't do your calculations correctly, your money wasn't complete, your money was short a certain amount, or even giving excess change. You might have staff that probably are not so good with counting, and they needed to have given a customer a change of 2,000 naira, but somehow had made an error to give the customer a change of 5,000 naira. With digital payments, you are able to erode all of those
Mitigate
things.
all of that.
Exactly. There's instant payment confirmation. The POS devices available out there today allows for you to confirm transfers instantly and print out receipts immediately. Unlike many years back, when a customer makes a transfer, you need to call the manager to, confirm the payment. You keep the customer waiting there. Now, the customer makes payment, you're able to generate e-receipts that you can give the customer. You're able to print out the live receipts that you can also give to the customer. So it really cannot be overemphasized. And it's also understandable if the worry is CSC documents. You can literally start up your business with fintechs that probably might not require you to, come with so much documentation. You can sign up
exactly
as a personal business, but you're able to use a business name. You want to explore all of those options. And to round it up, as an SME that wants to grow, if you set a target for yourself to say, at the end of the year, I want to make 5,000 sales on my product, you should and must be able to use digital payment. The options are limitless. You get to expand your reach. You want your product to go global, then you want to use digital payment that allows for you to receive payment from different parts of the world. They say word of mouth is the fastest form of advert, is the fastest form of communication. You want people to know that I can buy this thing from this brand and I am able to pay from the comfort of my home in the US without having to go to Nigeria. So it really cannot be overemphasized. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I think it's Happiness's network.
Okay. So just before okay, I think she's dialing in again. Okay.
Okay. Sorry for that. We're back right now. Thank you so much, Mary Jane Alpala, for that very great question, rather answer to the question. So right now we're moving straight on. We're building up momentum. Moving on right now to the seasoned and vast Ganiyu. Over to you, sir. Please share with us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 second. Just let me know if you can see.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Thank you for having me. I think my other team members, because we are both in the same field, I've been doing this for a bit. I've spoken about almost everything we really want to do in this industry. When I started, I heard about the Amoke story, and in my mind that was my same example. But I thought about it. Even your fuel station has changed. I basically have to use my card at fuel stations. I basically drive to a fuel station now to get money. I buy fuel and I get money from them, and things have really changed. And coming from where we're coming from, because I'm kind of old and I've probably been through almost everything in this industry. Yeah, but let me go to my presentation. So the first thing is I focused on SME strategy, and because I did see the impressive people you are going to be and sort of sensed where they'll be going to in terms of the presentation. But I don't believe there is a digital payment strategy. I believe it's just payment strategy because things have evolved so much. But before I go into it, I want to tell you about how Nigeria has come and we're doing payments in Africa, how we're leading payments in Africa. And one of the things we're seeing on that front, been almost 20 years in this profession, I have basically seen everything. But my pull out some data just to help. In Nigeria now, in 2016, we had about 96 million accounts. But how we got here is very interesting because I remember when we started banking and we all had to open accounts with 1,000 or 5,000 there, and the banks came in and started opening zero-based accounts. And back in banking, we used to joke about zero accounts. We say future dormant accounts. But the interesting part was those were the guys in universities back then who opened zero bank accounts and later started using their accounts. Today, as a country, we have 331 million accounts. That means that on an average, an individual has 5 million accounts in the country. And I'm using mostly NIBS data just to show us something. We have moved from an NIP transaction in 2016, and NIP started 2011. And NIP, I usually joke, is the third real-time payment system in the country. I say, and I hope the people in NIBS never catch me saying this, it's the slowest, but the most efficient. And it basically changed the way we do instant transfers in the country, and it became wildfire. You would see that between 2016 to 2024, we have moved from 140 million transactions in a year to 11 billion transactions at the end of last year, as at 2014. We did 11 billion. We did the value in transaction, and sorry, I forgot the Naira values. You have 33 trillion in the same 2016. Now we did over 1,000 trillion. Sorry, I couldn't call quadrillion with a straight face, so 1,000 trillion would just be the right thing. But the BVN enrollment is 62. Now, what we have seen is you're saying that on an average, a Nigerian has 5 accounts on an average. That's what we're saying. 5 different accounts. It tells something. And when we go into things like recurring payment, you know why Nigerians do recurring payment, but they have an account to do it. And everybody has a transactional account. And most of us now have either mobile money accounts or microfinance accounts, and we use it for transactions while we still kept our commercial banking accounts. So where do I want to focus on? I think the focus for me is, what do SMEs really need when it comes to digital payments? I think everybody leads with, I want a POS, I want a card, I want this, I want that. I think we should take a step back and say, what do you need to do? Can you define what you want to do? I remember we're talking about Amoke. Amoke probably still has not changed most of our process on how she collects and spends money and collects money. But what has changed is technology. But she had to, at that point, decide what exactly our process is and how does she pick what she needs. Because if you don't decide your process as an SME, you would never be able to pick the right payment method for you or the right services for you. And in my mind, I believe your guardrails should be, how do I pay? How do I collect? How do I reconcile? How do I report? How do I optimize my collection, my payment, my reconciliation, and my reconciliation and also reporting? How do I optimize my service? Then how do I innovate? And innovate is there something else I should be doing? Is there something more I should take on that I should do as a business? Is there opportunities even in the payment industry that I want to take? Can I do something on how to get my waiters to pay more? Do I want to let them collect their tips in a certain way? And I can give a long list of case studies on how basically digital payments has changed everything. I could imagine when some ride hailing used to collect cards, they used to collect cash, they didn't used to collect, they used to collect cards. Now they allow their customers to do cards. But I can tell you that most people that pay for their ride hailing services, you do a transfer to the driver. So things have changed, but when we zero in on the case study, but we should zero in on the lives, on our own lives. And if you see how your life has changed, you should expect that your customer's life has changed. They are doing a lot more. 5 accounts, everybody, you walk into a Nigerian bank, you come up with a USSD, you come with a mobile app, you get internet banking, and you probably get the cheapest card in the whole Africa, less than $1 in the whole Africa. And to just put it to you, Nigerian transaction fees is probably one of the lowest on the continent, especially when it comes to card acquisition, POS transactions for the merchant, even transfers. I was in the country recently, and to transfer less than, I would say to transfer less than $2-3, so we're talking about less than 10K, is over 1,153 naira. While Nigeria, our max transfer is 50 naira. And Nigeria is transferring using 50 naira, which is about 3 cents, to transfer something as big as $160,000. So as an SME, the question you ask yourself is, this has all changed. There is a lot to take in payments, but I need to define my process and I need to have the best way to pick the right systems to build my strategy. So if I was going to build my strategy, what would I recommend? I would say you should define your business process, identify your payment needs, going back to what I just showed you as guardrails. In everything, I have been a banker and I've been in fintech. I would say this: reach out to your banks and reach out to the payment service providers. They will both give you either similar things or different things. And what you should do with that is to reconcile and say, this is what I want. But you remember, you have your goals, you know your payment needs, you already have your own strategy that you want to run from a business perspective. So you're getting all this information and you're evaluating the impact of this on your business process and your systems. Now, some people think systems. Writing down in the book is a system. Taking your POS receipts and taking a picture of it is a system. You don't have to have the ERPs, but this also goes to people who have paid much money to buy ERPs, accounting systems, and things like that. It's the same logic. Select your preferred payment product or service and provider. Because I'm deep in the industry, I would say always take one bank and take a fintech, or take 2 banks and take a fintech. But you can only handle that if you have a robust system to handle multiple people. Then you have to train your team. You really have to train your team on how they will use the technology. In payment, we always say pilots, which basically means before you roll out to everywhere, one small shops, one small product, one small section, try it out and see how it works. I used to have a boss that used to say, well, if you build a product, take it to either Okeanri or Idumota. If you can get people to use it and you can use it within the time you want to use it, then it looks like it would work. So try and rough it up a bit, see whether it works for you. If it works, roll it out. If it doesn't work, go back to the drawing board, call your partners back. There is competition in the industry. So as an SME, you know that 2 or 3 people are fighting for your business. Then always review periodically. So this helps you to ensure that you have the best service, you can move to a better service, and you can do all of this. So just to tell you, there are products and there are people you should partner with. First of all, I say always go to your bank. go to your microfinance bank. Either you have a commercial bank or microfinance bank or mobile money operator. As in my own view, they are all the same. But I would say that the commercial banks are bigger. They seem to be able to do more complex stuff. But you now have microfinance banks who are basically neobanks who they are more digitally savvy, and you have the older ones as well, depending on your flavor. Mobile money operators are also doing great. They basically are the new wave of fintechs that we have leading the way. But when it comes to fintechs, and they're basically, I would say about a set of them. The first is enterprise system, and you see fintechs who basically can do everything for you, payout, collections, all of that. They can do almost everything you want them to do. If your SME is matured enough, reach out to them. If you just want to collect your money and you just want to get the POS somewhere or e-commerce, they're also merchant focused PSPs. Then agency network is, and that's one thing you should look at. Some agency network are actually helping SME businesses. Because you can earn some money, you can borrow from them as well to improve your businesses, and it's been helping a lot of people. Then there's digital assets and crypto exchange. This is very new, but I know a lot of people are using it. From using this well, they're using it because it helps their business in ways that traditional businesses are not using it. Though you have to be careful. Regulation is SEC. Make sure you comply with the regulation. Make sure you're always watchful for AML risk. And if there's anything I would tell you, just because you got it, you did a successful transaction, does not mean you would not face any of the regulators tomorrow to come and explain what you really did. Now, SMEs also are basically one of the larger importers in the country. They do a lot of importation. And so you have to look at who's your FX provider. If your transaction is within the FX manual, and which means that central bank says you can take out money legally, please always go to your bank. It's cheaper, except if you don't like the documentation process. There's also the BDCs and there's the IMTOs, the money remittance companies. And this is very important, especially if you're exporting and your customers are still paying you via transfers or one of the remittance companies. You should actually look into how they operate and how best, so that you could recommend the best to your customers outside the country. And the reason why you say this is this. You would, and when you look at the female fashion, you will find out that almost every tailor in Lagos has a client in US, UK. They're doing $50, $100, $200, $500 worth of sewing and exporting it. That's outside the country. So understanding IMTO really works. You see people exporting fish. If you probably travel outside the country, one of the things that you see is dried catfish, dried goat meat. So we need to look at that as well and start recommending your preferred IMTO to your customer in whichever country you are in. But there's also something that is not seen, but they are basically the entities that help the business run very well, and those are the ecosystem support part. Depending on the size of your SMEs, and consultant does not mean somebody paid. It just means somebody who's slightly more knowledgeable about the industry, a formal banker, somebody who has worked in payment, who can give you for free, who can do it for paid for you. You should engage them to help you design your payment strategy, to help you fuse it together. There are also people who help technical integrators. Not every SME has IT officers or who are programming people that can do it. So there are a couple of them across, and you probably talk to your bank and fintech, and they might be able to give you one. Some banks and fintechs also provide this hosting services. When you look at Amoke, for example, Amoke sells Amala. But the real people behind her, I don't know if I can mention them so that this day doesn't charge me ad money. But there's a whole entity behind her that probably is giving her ERP services and helping her sell. So when you look at it, they are ERP providers to her. We don't look at it, we just think that they are a delivery company. They're basically providing an enterprise management solution for her to sell, and they're providing a platform for her. And they are card pesos. They are probably the oldest in the industry, and they've been there for a bit.
Wow,
but
fantastic.
There's also something there as well, which are reconciliation providers. Most SMEs don't have the ability to reconcile their transactions, and we've been seeing that, and people have been having a lot of tax issues because of that. I think that's all.
Fantastic. I mean, it was so good. Mr. Ganiyu. Thank you for delving, deeper into the roadmaps that SMEs can actually follow. Well, Mr. Ganiyu, thank you so much for that awesome, insightful segment. We'll come back to you shortly, but I'd like to take on our next speaker right now, another phenomenal woman. She's still here? Okay. So please let's make welcome Abiola Jinadu Matthew. Thank you. You have the stage now.
Thank you so much, Happiness. Just can you confirm that you see my screen?
Clearly, we can see it clearly.
Okay, awesome. Hi everyone. Good afternoon again. Sorry, I just saw that I looked it. Okay, good afternoon again. I have lived on both sides of digital payments, and so I worked 3 years leading the marketing. Leading the marketing team at BusinessDay. And I spent a lot of that time just encouraging SMEs to go digital. I mean, many of them will have questions. Many of them will say that, I mean, can they really trust? Will the charges not be too much? Would it eat into like the margin, their profit margin? And I mean, I was also responsible for creating partnerships. So with SMEs, what are the ecosystems that we could pull on board and get into reaching more SMEs pretty much. And so yeah, and now I own my business, and it's almost like okay, not promoting digital payments anymore, but I'm now seeing the challenges that they were facing, and then they were trying to get me to help them solve. And it really just hit me at the time that, okay, digital payments are not just about moving money. For SMEs, we need to trust. It would help us be efficient. It will help us grow. And so that's just what I'll just speak to my about 6 months now, and a bit of my experience marketing digital payments. So I mean, as an SME founder now, the struggles are real, like that I can say. And we juggle different apps, bank transfers, spending hours reconciling at the end of the month. And Mr. Ganiyu just that was like pretty much his last point before he finished speaking. Some of the fees are high, cutting into already thin margins. Customers still hesitate. We have people who still prefer cash and not trusting digital payments. For those of us who serve like some of our clients abroad, issues with international payments, that can be a nightmare. And some platforms just, I mean, don't support our bank. So for example, I think it was May. Yes, in May, I had one of the very first client that I onboarded in the US. She wanted to make payment, right? And she didn't know about World Remit. So I had reached out to her, and sorry, the chat is going up just to be sure. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I reached out to her. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I told her about World Remit, and my bank wasn't on the platform, like the bank that I had signed up to use for my business, my payments and whatnot. So I had to go set up, create his any bank account, and then that was what she saw that we could use. So there's that. Some platforms, I mean, aside from not supporting the bank, it takes weeks or some days to get settled, and the exchange rates again are painful. So just quickly moving on. So there's, aside from cross-border struggles, there's still an opportunity. For me, I think it was Mary Jane who tagged digital payments being equal to growth, and that being a strategy. And I totally agree with that. I've discovered that it's not just about collecting money. Digital payments help us grow as SMEs. And just speaking to the point, while I was at BusinessDay, I saw SMEs who checked their reports and discovered patterns. And there was one particular person who realized that most of her sales happened on the weekends. And so she was able to launch weekend discounts and grow her sales. In terms of access to credit, I know, I believe it was, I'm not sure who spoke to that, but another business had struggled to get bank loans at first. But 1 year of I would stop sharing my screen now. Okay.
We can't hear you, Happiness. You're on mute.
So sorry, I just saw you mentioned you have to wrap up at 1:54. Apologies. Okay. Oh, you're muted.
Because of time, I would have to wrap up right now. But I'll formally like to thank all our speakers for today. I mean, you all have sites. I want to thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us today on SME Clinic. Thank you, the amazing Mary Jane Okpala. Thank you so much, our growth lead. And a super thank you to Mr. Ganiyu, fine wine in strategy, and also in cross-border payments. And also special thank you to Chizurum Amago, our business executive. It was so great having you all. Finally, special thank you to the super phenomenal Abiola Jenadu Matthew. I wish we could have 5 hours, literally, but time.
The demolition exercise being carried out in the Makoko community has left many residents displaced, distressed, and uncertain about their future, while they struggle with daily activities amid the rubble. The exercise has sparked widespread concern over its humanitarian impact on vulnerable residents. The Lagos state government says the demolition was carried out primarily on safety grounds, citing the dangers posed by illegal structures erected dangerously close to high tension power lines. Paddling through the narrow waterways of Makoko, the sight is both unsettling and heartbreaking. The lagoon, discolored and littered with debris, reflects the grim reality now confronting many residents whose homes and livelihoods have been destroyed.
They're shooting gun this guy because it's that some people is dying. So children above 18, 20, women too is dying. They say that they will collect 100 meter. They will collect 200 meter from that way. See this banner here. From there to there. So that they will collect everything.
Government, please help us. We do not have anywhere to go. Please help us. We do not have anywhere to go.
Before Christmas, people in the Makoko community were living their normal, peaceful life until the Lagos state government, although gave them a notice beforehand that they were going to come and, demolish 20 meters from the power line here in the Makoko community. But on the said day, they demolished up to 50 meter and still went beyond 100 meter. And the people of the community say it is still subject to continue because right now they do not know their fate if the Lagos state government plans on demolishing every area here in the Egun community in Makoko, the riverine area. Now, the damage that has been done in this place has been enormous as the tear gas used in dispersing the residents of this community away from this riverine area so the demolition can go on had to make them make use of tear gas. The tear gas in turn caused a lot of damage as it killed lots of infants and a whole lot of people also lost their lives. You can see the damage done here in the community. It's been enormous. Now, the problem is, where will the people go from here? all the way from Makoko community, where the Egun people are inhabited in Lagos, Nigeria. Destiny Mama reporting for Business Day Television News. Across the community, faces marked by despair tell stories of shattered hopes and disrupted lives. Children, some barely old enough to understand the situation, have taken on adult responsibilities, manning canoes and ferrying people, and also salvaging belongings to safer areas. Naked toddlers sit helplessly staring at the wreckage that now defines their world. Middle-aged women continue to paddle their canoes, selling food in the midst of the chaos, struggling to earn a living and provide meals for their families, despite the uncertainty hanging over them.
So right now, we are in Makoko community. And so I'm one of the students in Makoko community. So due to the condition of everything that I've heard, so they say local government said they'll be taking 30 meters out of our distant community. So now they have gone a lot of places. So we can't even actually say it. But a lot of things has been happening whereby they have been shooting tear gas, killing of young peoples. Like even though our young brothers and sisters and our adults too, they have been dying. So we don't have any choice to do. So we don't actually have some what we can actually do. So the only thing I have to say is we need your help, your support, so that we can't be like we have been here since over years ago, and we have a lot of friends, a lot of people. So if we guys take us from here now, we don't know where we can go to, and we don't have any plan to go.
Some school children and adult residents say the demolition process was traumatic. They alleged that excessive use of tear gas to disperse resistance at the scene led to injuries and, in some cases, fatalities, claims which authorities are yet to officially confirm. In response, the Lagos state government maintains that the exercise was not targeted at any particular group, but purely a safety-driven intervention. Officials say repeated warnings had been issued about the dangers of living and operating businesses close to high-tension electricity cables. Meanwhile, residents of the community, many of whom are said to be migrants from the Benin Republic, insist Makoko is their home. Several displaced persons say they identify as Nigerians and that they have no intention of returning to their country of origin, calling on the government to provide alternative accommodation, relief materials, and a humane resettlement plan. As the demolition continues, calls are growing from civil society groups and human rights advocates for the state government to balance safety concerns with compassion, ensuring that displaced residents, especially women and children, are not left stranded without shelter, food, or protection.
I'm no longer going anywhere because of what is going on. I'm a teacher. I also do some small business, but because of a vision, I couldn't do. My house has been demolished. My shop has been demolished. Even the schools where I used to teach, some of them has also been demolished.
In a new development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who addressed journalists on Monday at Government House Ikeja, insists that the action was necessary to prevent possible electrocution, fire outbreaks, and other life-threatening hazards.
Of what interest will it be for government to want to unduly demolish anybody? What interest? If it is not for the overall safety of these citizens that we're talking about. A lot of these people have built the shanties. I'm not talking about, poor and vulnerable people.
The governor, however, says his administration will look into the plight of the affected residents. Destiny Mama, Business Day Television News.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're welcome yet again to Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, the federal government confirms 152 billion naira payment to contractors amid renewed Abuja protests. The naira closes midweek at 1,420 naira to $1. Officially, as parallel market hits 1,486 naira to $1. Among all Nigeria's solo market faces mixed 2026 prospects amid price declines. And Living Trust Mortgage posts 1.01 billion naira profit for 2025. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Now, Nigeria's federal government says it has paid 152 billion naira to contractors for verified projects as indigenous firms resumed protests in Abuja over unpaid debt. The Finance Ministry confirmed the payment Thursday, saying funds were released only after verification in line with financial regulations to ensure accountability and protect public money. Contractors argue trillions remain unpaid for completed 2024 capital projects as they return to the streets this week following similar protests in December, insisting certified works are yet to be fully settled. Officials say delays cause hardships but insist due process is non-negotiable. And while the federal government says over 2 trillion naira was paid last year and has set aside another 100 billion naira in the 2026 budget. Contractors welcome the provision but warn it is inadequate, saying prolonged delays risk project abandonment, job losses and liquidity strain across Nigeria's construction sector. And meanwhile, the naira closed the midweek trading session at 1,423 naira to $1 at the official foreign exchange market, extending a mixed performance that contrasts sharply with sustained weakness in the parallel market. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows that while the official market remains relatively stable, pressures persist outside the regulated window. The gap between both FX windows has narrowed slightly but remains wide, demonstrating ongoing market reforms and structural constraints in Nigeria's currency market. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the naira traded at 1,420.5 naira to $1 on Monday, strengthened marginally to 1,420 naira to $1 on Tuesday before depreciating to 1,423 naira to $1 on Wednesday. The data indicates that while official rates show some convergence, the parallel market continues to experience intense foreign exchange demand. And also senior solar executives and energy analysts are entering 2026 with sharply different expectations as policy shifts, financing conditions, and uneven demand cloud their outlook. Reports show some industry leaders expect a recovery driven by falling module prices, better battery storage, and rising demand in regions with weak grid infrastructure, while others warn structural challenges persist. Analysts say ultra-low-cost solar panels could squeeze margins, while regulatory gaps, currency volatility, and limited access to affordable finance may restrain growth, particularly in emerging markets like Nigeria. Regulators reportedly plan to allow users to sell excess power to the grid as imports topped 4 million panels in 2023, with installed capacity rising to nearly 386 megawatts in 2024, while experts say sustained growth will depend on aligning regulation, investments, and innovation with local realities. Coming up, Leaving Trust Mortgage posts 1.01 billion naira profits in 2025. We'll be back after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to News Update. Living Trust Mortgage Bank has reported a profit after tax of 1.01 billion naira for the year ended December 2025, up 18.3% from the previous year. Unaudited results show gross earnings jumped nearly 75% to 6.52 billion naira, driven by a 55% rise in interest income from mortgages and term loans. Loans and advances grew 21.7% to 17.08 billion naira and lifting total assets by more than 36%, while impairment losses rose to 2.72 million naira, reflecting higher credit risk as lending expanded. Now, despite operating costs rising almost 19%, profitability improved, with the bank's shares gaining over 55% this year, closing at 5.36 naira after a near 10% jump as investors expect higher dividends following earnings and growth. And meanwhile, the Nigerian Customs Service Kaduna Area Command says it generated 14.6 billion naira in revenue in the last quarter of 2025, marking a 35% increase from the 10.8 billion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. The command's public relations officer, Dauda Adamu, says the rise represents an additional 3.8 billion naira and reflects improved operational efficiency. Adamu attributed the performance to the diligence and professionalism of officers, saying the command is committed to supporting national economic growth. And monthly figures show steady growth, with 5.1 billion naira collected in October and 3.8 billion naira in November, and also 5.6 billion naira in December, driven by intelligence-led operations, better monitoring, and collaboration with specialized units. Adamu reaffirmed the command's mandate to facilitate legitimate trade across Nigeria's northwest and parts of the north-central regions. And also, Denmark has disclosed that it has invested about $1.2 billion in Nigeria's port sector through APM terminals, with plans to expand further. The Danish ambassador to Nigeria, Jens Hensen, revealed this during a courtesy visit to the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola. And Hansen congratulated Nigeria on his election into Category C of the International Maritime Organization Council, describing it as recognition of the country's growing leadership in global maritime affairs. The ambassador said Denmark and Nigeria share strong interest in the marine and blue economy, noting that APM terminals operate in Apapa and Onne ports. Oyetola outlined ongoing reforms, adding that both countries have agreed to deepen cooperation to drive growth jobs and trade in Nigeria's maritime sector. And now to end the local news, Nigerians spent an estimated 1.58 trillion naira on petrol in December 2025, as seen in fuel consumption data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The regulator's December fact sheet shows average daily consumption at 63.7 million litres, bringing total usage to about 1.97 billion litres. At an average pump price of 800 naira per litre, total consumer spending is estimated at 1.58 trillion naira, as many filling stations sold petrol above 800 naira, and despite the Dangote refinery cutting prices as low as 739 naira per litre. The data shows December recorded the highest daily petrol consumption since October 2024, rising from 52.3 million litres per day in December 2024. And supply figures reveal that Nigeria imported about 1.31 billion litres of petrol in December, and while the Dangote refinery supplied 992 million litres, and total daily supply stood at 74.2 million litres. And coming up, South Africa's Nedbank to buy majority stake in Kenya's NCBA for $856 million. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're still watching a Business Day news update, and now moving on to Africa. And South Africa's Nedbank Group has offered to acquire a 66% stake in Kenya's NCBA Group in a cash and stock deal valued at 13.9 billion rand at about $855 million as it moves to expand its footprint in East Africa. Under the proposed transaction based on Nedbank's share price of 250 rand, The deal would be settled 20% in cash and 80% in newly issued Nedbank shares, and while the remaining 34% of NCBA shares would continue trading on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Nedbank Chief Executive Jason Quinn described the deal as a major step in the bank's regional expansion, citing the opportunity to combine NCBA's strong local presence with Nedbank's capital base and expertise. Nedbank sees East Africa as a strategic growth region due to its large population, improving economic fundamentals, and role as a key trade corridor. And also, Egypt has paid about $5 billion in overdue bills to foreign oil and gas partners, targeting a sharp reduction in remaining arrears to $1.2 billion by June 2026. Prime Minister Mustafa Madbouli says the outstanding debt stood at $6.1 billion as of June 30, 2024, as the government now keeps up with partners' monthly invoices. The payment drive reportedly follows a period of severe foreign currency shortages, forcing Egypt to delay settlements with international oil companies, distributing to a drop in domestic gas production and to rely heavily on imports. The situation began to improve after Egypt signed a $35 billion development deal with the United Arab Emirates in 2024, giving rights to develop a key stretch of its Mediterranean coast. And gas output has shown modest recovery, rising to 3,635 million cubic meters in October, up from September, while still below the levels recorded a year earlier. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. The rocket company Blue Origin, owned by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, says it plans to launch more than 5,400 satellites to build a global communications network called TerraWave. According to reports, the system aims to deliver continuous internet worldwide, moving vast amounts of data faster than rivals, targeting data centers, businesses, government, and individual consumers. Now, despite the scale, TerraWave will reportedly trail Elon Musk's Starlink, which dominates the market with thousands of satellites and serves consumers, as Amazon's Leo project plans over 3,000 satellites, with about 180 currently in orbit. Blue Origin says TerraWave will reach speeds of 6 terabits per second and will begin launches by the end of 2027. The company recently landed a booster at sea and flew on all-female crew in April, a mission some critics described as tone deaf during economic hardship. And still on, President Donald Trump says the United States is exploring a potential deal on Greenland after talks with NATO backing away from tariff threats against European allies who oppose U.S. ownership plans. And Trump revealed that a meeting described as very productive produced a framework agreement, though no deal on sovereignty of ownership of the autonomous Danish territory was announced. And markets claim as Trump dropped plans for tariffs on European goods, citing security cooperation, mineral access, and Arctic defense following talks with NATO chief Mark Rutte. And Denmark insists the sovereignty is non-negotiable. Greenlandic lawmakers demand inclusion, and officials say any deal may expand U.S. bases as Trump rules out force and says negotiations will continue after Devil remarks reignited debate across Europe and North America amid warnings from allies and sharp political reactions globally. We'll bring you sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're still watching Business Day News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Fermin Lopez's first half a brace and second half goals by Dani Olmo and Robert Lewandowski. And Barcelona a 4-2 Champions League win at Slavia Prague on Wednesday. Now the result keeps Barca in contention for a top 8 finish in the league phase, which guarantees direct passage to the last 16 as the Catalans face FC Copenhagen at home in their final league phase game next week. And Barca got back to winning ways on a freezing night in Prague after Sunday's La Liga loss at San Sebastian ended a run of 11 successive victories. And reigning Czech champions Slavia, returning from a winter break, had previously only managed 3 draws and 2 goals in the Champions League this season. And now to end the news, Anne Slot saluted Mohamed Salah's professionalism and singled out Joe Gomez for praise after Liverpool climbed to 4th on the Champions League table with a commanding win in Marseille. And Liverpool, who host Qarabag at Anfield next week in their final group game, delivered a fine performance and result against Roberto Zebe's team to record a 9th win in 11 European away fixtures. And Salah played the entire game on his return from the African Cup of Nations, contributing to a win that could enable Liverpool avoid the playoffs next month, despite missing a gilt-edged chance later on. Now, the Liverpool head coach claimed his side was more creative when drawing against Burnley on Saturday than in Marseille, admitting Hamad Traore's miss at 1-0 had been a key moment. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television News Update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business,
You're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we actually go beyond the surface, to bring you everything you need to know on our Business Day newspaper headlines. Right now, today we're talking about bank fraud as it declines for the first time since 2021, and what role did BVN and NIN integration has really played in making this a reality. And right here in the studio with us and Behind the Headlines, we have Hope Moses Shike. She is an assistant editor and the author of this particular story. We're so glad to have you join us today behind the headlines. How are you today?
I'm very fine.
You look so good.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. So, what specific data trends in your report show that fraud has truly declined, not just shifted to other channels? What do you have to say on that?
Okay, actually, it is a broad-based decline. There was no actually shift from one fraud type to the other one. So what happens is that the data actually come from NIPS, the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System.
Okay.
So and the data shows that fraud has actually declined in terms of volume.
Okay.
And in terms of value. When you're looking at the volume we're looking at the last 5 years. So in 2021, it was actually over 123,000 cases, fraud cases. So now it has reduced steadily to like 67,000. It has reduced. Then when you look at the value, talking about the losses, the monetary losses, so it also declined. In 2021, it was about 12.8 billion. So although it spiked in 2024 to about 52 billion naira, so later on, it declined in 2025. Further, it declined further. So, and within a space of 1 year, it declined by 51%.
Okay.
So what's actually driving this, and we say, is the BVN and then the NIN linkage. Yeah, of course, you know that BVN is a unique 11-digit number issued by banks, managed by CBN through NIPS.
Yeah.
So and then the NIN is also issued by the federal government, and if you don't have NIN, that means you're not a Nigerian.
I'm telling you,
what shows you that you're Nigerian.
It's not even taking the place of the international passport. Before I even ask you about this, right, I can also notice that this fraud thing has actually reduced because of these, registrations. Because before now, you find people calling your phone numbers to say, you're missing out on some registration. Call out the number on your ATM, and you see people trying to do that, not knowing that those are fraudulent moves. You hardly see those kind of things actually happen. So I want to really agree that these registrations have actually brought about the reduction in fraud crime here in Nigeria. But then again, how exactly have BVN and NIN linkages actually improved fraud detection and prevention across Nigerian banks?
Yes, it has actually reduced fraud detection, identity theft, impersonation. So this linkage has helped the banks increase their KYC. That's KYC, know your customer. So it has increased it. So they can easily detect fraud. They can easily study customer behavior, transactional behavior. So it has helped the banks to detect and be able to prevent this fraud in the banking system.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, then what role did regulatory enforcement by the CBN and NCC actually play alongside the BVN and NIN integration into making this a reality?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. The collaboration between the CBN, the NIMC, and the enforcement agents are really paying off. The collaboration is really paying off. So, and that is why you're seeing this reduction in fraud cases and actual losses. So what we've seen so far is that their enforcement is actually paying off. Now, like in the banking system now, The CBN and the banks have come together to form a forum, and that forum is called NEF. That's Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum. So it's a forum that brings together the operators in the banking system, payment system, and other financial institutions together alongside their regulator together, where they share intelligence and be able to detect fraud and be able to.
Wow. All right, finally, what further reforms or even technologies do experts recommend to actually sustain and even deepen the reduction in bank fraud?
So, like, if you also check in the reports, we've seen that the CBN and the banks, they have agreed to cut the response time, fraud response time, from about 28 hours to 30 minutes. I think that will go a long way in reducing fraud in the banking system. And again, I think they should also strengthen their awareness. A lot of people don't know, this fraud thing that we're talking about. Just like I said, time passed, you will see somebody calling you. Your account is blocked, so just send your PIN, your OTP, so that we can unblock it. So these ignorant people will send their PIN, and before you know it, they will clear off the money that they have in their bank account. So I think they have to do greater awareness. They have to adopt the machine learning and technology to be able to do that.
A reality. Wow, now this is a very awesome development, because I was at the bank yesterday and somebody came in to report something he bought online. So he was advised to remove his card number from that platform online, and then they also reported to the fraud unit to help, and also they did a lot for him, and it was just in an instant, and I was really happy about that development.
That's good.
I want to thank you so much for joining us on Behind the Headlines today with this very, very good development in the banking system. Now, we've been talking to Hope Moses Ashike. She is the assistant editor and the author of the story, this headline that we just spoke about on Business Day and newspaper. Thank you so much for your time. We hope to see you soon. After the break, Behind the Headlines continues. Stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight.
You're welcome back to Behind the Headlines. Now, moving on to our second headline story for today, talking about copyright disputes as it threatens Nigerians' AGOA trade privileges. Introducing this particular segment, Nigerians' AGOA trade benefits face potential risk as copyright disputes escalate. Now, today we examine what this means for exports jobs, and even investor confidence with Bethel Olujobi, our Business Day's trade correspondent and the writer of this headline story. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you.
And you're looking so good as always.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Okay, right now, very quickly, what specific copyright issues do you think is actually triggering concerns about Nigeria's continued eligibility under AGOA?
Okay, well, thank you very much. I would say that this is a developing story. So the AGOA, which is the African Growth Opportunity Act, is a multilateral agreement that the US has with African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, to allow export from these countries, like Nigeria, for example, from the manufacturers, whatever they produce, whatever they own or have, to enter the US duty-free, no tariffs. So that has been happening for 25 years, since 2000, and up until last year, September, it expired. And it has been renewed multiple times. And now we're seeing that there's signs that it will be renewed again. The bill has passed through the House of the U.S. House of Representatives, and then we're getting signs that it's gone on to the Senate, and then if the Senate approves, it gets to the President's desk. Now, we came upon documents submitted to the USTR, which is the U.S. Trade Representative. Those documents signify that Nigeria might be flagged for certain copyright issues that might disrupt its relationship with the US, especially in regards to access to these AGOA benefits. So the documents found that we have, these people, the International Intellectual Property Association, I think they're an American company that represents over 3,000 American films, and they say that Nigeria's copyright laws allows the copyright regulator, the NCC, to, under something called compulsory licensing, it allows them to take content or this intellectual properties and use them under what is called if it aligns with public interest, or if it wants to control monopoly, it's allowed to use these things. Also, even the regulation itself is questioned. Nigeria is huge. Nollywood is huge. It's the second most prolific. Yet we lose yearly. Even 2023, the NCC itself reported that Nigeria lost $3 billion to digital privacy. So basically, 9 in 10 films in Nigeria are sold pirated.
All right. So now, are you trying to say now that they're trying to join forces with Nigeria NCC, to make us more productive, or make us see more productivity, in this copyrights, entity, so to speak. Now, before you answer that, now let's just go and say, how serious do you think the risk of Nigeria losing, or even being suspended from AGOA trade privileges? How do you think, how serious do you think that risk will be?
So the first step has happened. That is, Nigeria has been flagged with these issues. So I think the next step is for closer scrutiny. So now the USTR is closely watching how Nigeria responds to these allegations, to these things that have been pointed out in our laws. And then if there's some persistence in this non-compliance, there might be consequences. But for now, Nigeria still has a chance before the bill is passed onto the final place to make changes.
All right, now, very quickly, which sectors of the Nigerian economy will be mostly affected if AGOA access is restricted?
Nigeria is, that's a good question, because Nigeria has been recently pushing its for non-oil exports. So we're trying to improve our manufacturing, trying to improve our agriculture, and push those products outside, make them more competitive. And so if Nigeria does not benefit from AGOA, the provisions of AGOA, it means that our products, which we export to the US, like cocoa, fertilizers, are going there with the full tariff arrangement. So they're no longer tariff free, which means that exporters pay more, and it's really complicated. And also understand that there's some energy products under AGOA. AGOA doesn't just cover non-oil. So Nigeria export a lot of those. So even those would no longer have the AGOA tariff-free benefit.
Okay, then, so what steps has the Nigerian government actually taken, right, so far to actually address these copyright compliance challenges with what is ongoing?
So we've not seen a direct response from the federal government, but we've seen actions being taken.
Okay.
Just last year, towards the end of the year, the Nigerian government launched what it calls the National Intellectual Property Strategy.
Okay.
So it's really trying to cover these gaps and plug these gaps that we've seen, trying to enforce international intellectual property laws and documentations. And just last week, the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, which is headed by Jumoke Oduwole, she also implemented, or she inaugurated the implementation committee. So these are steps that Nigeria are taking. We've seen them take to kind of address these concerns.
Okay, so lastly, what urgent reforms or even policy and actions will you, right, require to safeguard Nigerians' AGOA benefits from going forward?
I think silence would be a very big mistake. I think Nigeria should not take, because this is before the U.S. Trade Representative already.
Okay.
So Nigeria needs to show that we're serious about this.
Okay.
We understand that this is a problem you've identified. And if we are going to look into our own books, we're going to look to our records, we're going to talk to our people, the NCC, regulator, meeting with every other agency involved.
Exactly.
And then we can come to something viable so that both sides are pleased at the end of the day.
All right, so reach a level playing ground.
Yeah, a level playing ground.
Wow,
basically.
that's going to be very, very awesome if you ask me. Yeah. All right, we've been speaking with Bethel Olujobi. He's a Business Day trade correspondent and the writer of this story, Nigeria's AGOA trade benefits face potential risk as copyright dispute as escalate. Thank you so much, Bethel, for this very insightful innovation that you just, brought before us. I'm sure a whole lot of people will sit up and take advantage of, what is happening right now, so we don't make the same mistake over and over again. Thank you so much. You've given us so much insight already.
Thank you.
Wow. So this is where we call it a day today on Behind the Headlines on Business Day television. Same time tomorrow, we will bring you more interesting headlines from our Business Day newspaper. As always, expect the best. I am Destiny Momo. Good afternoon. The demolition exercise being carried out in the Makoko community has left many residents displaced, distressed, and uncertain about their future, while they struggle with daily activities amid the rubble. The exercise has sparked widespread concern over its humanitarian impact on vulnerable residents. The Lagos state government says the demolition was carried out primarily on safety grounds, citing the dangers posed by illegal structures erected dangerously close to high-tension power lines. Paddling through the narrow waterways of Makoko, the sight is both unsettling and heartbreaking. The lagoon, discolored and littered with debris, reflects the grim reality now confronting many residents whose homes and livelihoods have been destroyed.
They're shooting gun this guy because it's that some people is dying. So children above 18, 20, women too is dying. They say that they will collect 100 meter. They will collect 200 meter from that way. See this banner here. From there to there. So that they will collect everything.
Government, please help us. We don't have anywhere to go. Please help us. We don't have anywhere to go.
Before Christmas, people in the Makoko community were living their normal, peaceful life until the Lagos state government, although gave them a notice beforehand that they were going to come and, demolish 20 meters from the power line here in the Makoko community. But
On the said day, they demolished up to 50 meter and still went beyond 100 meter. And the people of the community say it is still subject to continue because right now they do not know their fate if the Lagos State government plans on demolition every area here in the Egun community in Makoko, the riverine area. Now, the damage that has been done in this place has been enormous as the tear gas used in dispersing the residents of this community away from this riverine area so the demolition can go on had to make them make use of tear gas. The tear gas in turn caused a lot of damage as it killed lots of infants and a whole lot of people also lost their lives. You can see the damage done here in the community. It's been enormous. Now, the problem is, where will the people go from here? All the way from Makoko community where the Egun people are inhabited. In Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Across the community, faces marked by despair tell stories of shattered hopes and disrupted lives. Children, some barely old enough to understand the situation, have taken on adult responsibilities, manning canoes and ferrying people, and also salvaging belongings to safer areas. Naked toddlers sit helplessly staring at the wreckage that now defines their world. Middle-aged women continue to paddle their canoes, selling food in the midst of the chaos, struggling to earn a living and provide meals for their families, despite the uncertainty hanging over them.
So right now, we are in Makoko community. And so I'm one of the students in Makoko community. So due to the condition of everything that I've heard, so they say local government said they'll be taking 30 meters out of our distant community. So now they have gone a lot of places. So we can't even actually say it. But a lot of things has been happening whereby they have been shooting tear gas, killing of young peoples. Like even though our young brothers and sisters and our adults too, they have been dying. So we don't have any choice to do. So we don't actually have some what we can actually do. So the only thing I have to say is we need your help, your support, so that we can't be like we have been here since over years ago, and we have a lot of friends, a lot of people. So if we guys take us from here now, we don't know where we can go to, and we don't have anything, any plan to go.
Some school children and adult residents say the demolition process was traumatic. They alleged that excessive use of tear gas to disperse resistance at the scene led to injuries and, in some cases, fatalities, claims which authorities are yet to officially confirm. In response, the Lagos State government maintains that the exercise was not targeted at any particular group, but purely a safety-driven intervention. Officials say repeated warnings had been issued about the dangers of living and operating businesses close to high-tension electricity cables. Meanwhile, residents of the community, many of whom are said to be migrants from the Benin Republic, insist Makoko is their home. Several displaced persons say they identify as Nigerians and that they have no intention of returning to their country of origin, calling on the government to provide alternative accommodation, relief materials, and a humane resettlement plan. As the demolition continues, calls are growing from civil society groups and human rights advocates for the state government to balance safety concerns with compassion, ensuring that displaced residents, especially women and children, are not left stranded without shelter, food, or protection.
I'm no longer going anywhere because of what is going on. I'm a teacher. I also do some small business, but because of a vision, I couldn't do. My house has been demolished. My shop has been demolished. Even the schools where I used to teach, some of them has also been demolished.
In a new development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who addressed journalists on Monday at Government House Ikeja, insists that the action was necessary to prevent possible electrocution, fire outbreaks, and other life-threatening hazards.
Of what interest will it be for government to want to unduly demolish anybody? What interest? If it is not for the overall safety of these citizens that we're talking about. A lot of these people have built the shanties. I'm not talking about, poor and vulnerable people.
The governor, however, says his administration will look into the plight of the affected residents. Destiny Mama, Business Day Television News.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.